have All right. I'm going to open this meeting at the Hartford Selectboard Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 at 6 p.m. So our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us? Mary? Sure.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to close this portion of the select board meeting and reopen as the local liquor control board. We have one item as the control board tonight. It's the application for a new first and third class license. Christopher Brewer, doing business as Crazy Chris's Elixir Corp, 188 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. So if Chris is here and wants to come up and just say hi, and yep.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recuse myself.
Okay. And Dan, so Kim and Dan will be recused. Hi, Chris, if you can just identify yourself for the record, tell us your town of residence. And
my name is Christopher Brewer. I live in South Royalton, Vermont. Lived in the area just about all my life, full time since '94. Been in the restaurant industry for almost 25 years. Head chef of Elixir for the last 6, and looking to get the liquor license to get it back.
Great. Any questions or comments for Chris?
Are you open now?
Tomorrow night, hopefully.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good.
We're down there. I do have one, but I want to defer to my colleagues.
Go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah, just one thing I noticed, and it's a minor blip, is that I noticed you had a DWI in 2010.
That's all right.
Right. Can you, how will you assure the board as the owner of the establishment holding the liquor license that you'll prevent over drinking or overconsumption of alcohol at your premises? So that this doesn't happen to a patron?
By hiring the right staff that has a good background in understanding the signs of being overserved, somebody that hasn't overserved and has a good record.
Okay.
I'm the chef, so I have to put my responsibilities on my staff as well as myself and ensure that I'm hiring the right people to do that.
So I see that you have attended training for this to the state. I didn't notice, and maybe I missed it. You have a manager that's also attended some training from the state.
Yeah, well, Skip is also going to stay with me.
Okay, and he has the certificate of training from the state of Vermont.
Yes.
Okay. My understanding is you have to get training if you're going to serve alcohol. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so clearly, all right.
Just want to make sure that the people that are going to serve at the establishment have that certification. I didn't see.
Yeah, I don't think you could operate.
Everybody will have to go through a training. If they don't have the training, they'll have to sit down through the hour and a half.
I see. Okay, I just saw the one. Thank you, sir.
Further discussion or motion? Mary?
I move that we accept the application for the liquor license for Christopher F. Brewer, doing business as Crazy Chris's Elixir Corp, 188 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, first and third class.
Can I just offer a friendly amendment instead of to accept, just to approve?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I would second.
We have a second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right. Kim and Dan were recused. All right, so we'll close the.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Appreciate
Glad to see
Hope to see
the
y'all.
restaurants coming back.
So opening night is tomorrow, you said? Or?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
It'll
so
be BYOB until do you happen to know, actually, I have a question for you. So I wanted to expedite the process of the mailing, like from mailing from here to the state. Is that what happens? You mail something out to them to let them know that you've approved, or is it a phone call, or how does that work?
I'm not sure. It goes through the clerk's.
Our resident experts in the room here.
Yeah, sure.
For those of you who can't see, our assistant clerk is in the audience and she says the whole packet gets mailed up to the state.
My question is if you are all going to sign off on that or whatever happens, is it possible for you to then give that to me and I can run it up to Montpelier?
You can run it up there if you like, but that's not necessarily going to assume that they're going to give you your electric permit right then and there. And the reason being is because number one, you're considered a new business,
Mhm.
and number two, they're going to still have to do their due diligence and checking out whatever it is that they check out. up there.
Gotcha.
So
Excellent, thank you.
whichever way you want to do.
I'll just let you know.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, so we're going to close that portion of the local liquor control board. We'll reopen as the Hartford Select Board. Our first item is public comment. We'll start with people in the room, and then if there's anyone on Zoom, we'll get to them. Got 5 minutes for comment. Please address the board as a whole, no personal attacks. And state your name and town of residence for the record, please.
Sherry
Thank you.
West, I'm a resident from the town of Hartford, and I'm also an employee for the town of Hartford.
Thank you, Sherry.
And tonight, where I usually say, if I come to meetings, I'm not speaking as an employee, I want to do both.
Mhm.
And the reason being is because over the last couple of years, there's been a difference in temperature, I guess is the word to use, between the board members and the public. You can tell when the board members are frustrated with the public. You can tell what members of the public you're frustrated with very easily. At number one, it shows up in your words, and it shows up in your facial expressions as well as your body language. The second thing is, you would say at the beginning of each meeting, your little blurb about no attacks. Does that go for board members as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm done. 2 weeks ago on the 17th, I watched as a member of this board basically bullied, and I'm not using that word lightly, our town manager. And I felt really bad. I still do. Yeah, she was put on the spot like that. It's degrading and it's disappointing. I've been here for 16 years. And I'm ashamed of y'all for letting that happen. I'm ashamed that you couldn't get it stopped before then. I'm more ashamed of the fact that no matter how many times you've been told personnel matters is not open for public comment, that's exactly what it means. My schedule and my work hours here, they get approved by my department head, who then gets approved by Tracy. Doesn't have anything to do with the board members. Doesn't mean that the board members have the right to go around from department to department to department and check on who's working, what day, what shift, how many hours, why they're not there. That's not their business. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's not your job to micromanage the town meeting, the town manager. You insist on dignity, respect when people come up to address you. You need to do the same thing amongst yourselves. It was a disgrace. And I'm humiliated. The fact that I work here and this goes on. I don't appreciate it. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Scheckman, and I live at 87 Waterman Hill Road in Queechee. I live and work in what was the old Ottaquechee School for the last 40 years. And the reason I'm here, well, I was upstairs for a design review meeting, and I thought, gee, this coalesces quite well. Last year, I spoke to Hannah about the fact that the roads in Queechee needed paint on the stripes. And she gave me, she said, oh, well, it's too late in the season, blah, 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 whatever. So I recently spoke to the interim public works manager who indicated to me that they were seeking a contract from someone to paint the lines. But I don't know if it's true all around town, but certainly in Queechee, the yellow line in the middle of the road is missing on a whole bunch of the street, Main Street in sections, Waterman Hill Road. The fog lines are basically non-existent. There aren't street lights, so when it's raining and whatever, you can't really see if you're on and off the road. So I'm just posing that as something that has lapsed for quite a number of years. I mean, these lines just don't disappear in 9 months. It's been a number of years that it hasn't been taken care of. And I'm just urging the board to pursue that. Totally different piece of topic here. Okay.
Well, one quick
40
question, John.
years,
Did you have you contacted the director of public works about this?
the interim director?
The interim,
yes.
okay, you have, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
and he was gracious enough to respond and indicated that they are trying to get contracts to have this work done. For some reason, I thought that there was actually a paint truck in town that you guys use for some lines and crosswalks and something. I have no idea,
Okay,
but it is public safety, and I just thought I'd offer that.
yep, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
So then, different piece of information. Again, I've lived there 40 years. This is the first year that the covered bridge walkway has been barricaded by the town. I was under the impression that there was a special plow that cost nearly $100,000 to maintain sidewalks. I also was aware of the fact that I believe it was the VA cutoff bridge to Hartford that was similarly blocked off. When I spoke to the town manager, I was informed that it was legal, that there was a problem, the potential for a slip and fall. And I'm thinking, gee, do you really think that walking through an covered bridge is going to avoid any kind of lawsuits? I think it's really foolish. In the past years, you have that little town plow come through and clean the sidewalks and put ice and whatever. So I'm just throwing that out as something that cannot be solved in some juncture. There are many parents and kids that every morning at 7:45 go across that bridge to go to the Waldorf school. And, they've got to walk in the middle of the road, and there's signs there that say, beware, it's icy roads and whatever. So I can't quite understand the legal advice. Gee, don't walk on the sidewalk, walk on the icy road instead when there's traffic coming in two directions. Okay, third piece of information. As the chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, we were gratified that the selectmen had authorized us to fund a research into creating a demolition delay ordinance. I know the select board okayed that. And at some point, I was informed by administration that they were going to gang up a whole bunch of ordinances and put them to the public at once. So just to be aware of the fact that, of course, we know that Twin Pines is going to be tearing down the rectory up on Taft Flat. Northern Stage, sort of behind the scenes, punning here, had the Parker house, Parker building torn down. And they are proposing a wonderful facility. I have drawings of it here, but there's going to be another house at the end of Gate Street that they're tearing down. So just to be aware of the fact that people come to this marvelous town and our 5 villages with the whole idea that there is a historic fabric that's intact. And yet we used to have Railroad Row, Twin State Fruit, Interstate Tire, a whole bunch of buildings were torn down there. Wright Printing, the little ice cream shop next to the salvage place, was torn down. So I'm just raising consciousness here, the fact that if there's anything we can do to kind of retain some of the historic fabric in the town, let's do it. Thank you very much for your time. Good night all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone on Zoom? 2, okay, let's bring.
Oh, wait, I can do it myself. Right? Oh, wait. I'm still new at this.
Okay, person with the number ending 0680.
Hi, it's Melinda. It's Melinda Brooks Major.
Hi, Melinda.
Hello. Hi, Select Board. Thank you guys. I just wanted to call in to request status regarding town ordinance to form restricted firearm zones.
Thanks, Melinda. Tracy, do we have
Hartford, White River Junction. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, don't worry about it. I think, Tracy, do we have an update on when we're gonna pick that up?
Yeah, I had to unprioritize that for our legal counsel because we had some other things that we needed them to work on in the coming weeks. We have a lot of personnel and collective bargaining agreement things going on. I'm hoping that they will be able to get back to me late summer, actually, because they much of their staff is also going on vacation. So we are going to have to. That one has been slowed down a little bit, but it's with them, and we're continuing to prioritize that as we can, but we had to deprioritize it a little bit on their end.
So it sounds like legal counsel looking at it sometime at the end of summer will come back to us.
Fingers crossed, unless something else goes sideways.
Sure, of course.
Well, I just again, I'm just checking in only because with some of the things that are going on regarding guns and firearms, I'm just interested in making sure that this is something that is a priority. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Lanny?
Thank you.
Melinda, still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you still experiencing this problem in your neighborhood?
It isn't so much a problem, Lanny, is that it's something that, again, it's a I feel this is a residential area, and I think as neighborhoods change and it's more, areas are more populated, we need to take a look at where gunfire is allowed. That's all I'm looking at. I just don't want to look out my back porch, back door and see somebody shooting guns. That's it.
I just want to make sure if it was still an ongoing issue, whether we needed to escalate this faster in the timeline.
No, yeah,
Okay.
no, and that's why I haven't. I'm just bringing it up now to make sure that in consideration of some of again, it's just something that I'm just checking in on so that it should be addressed as a community and town as a whole, because this is where it has to be handled here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
Thank
Okay.
Anyone else on Zoom?
Yeah, there's one more. James Donahue, go ahead.
Hello, yeah, my name is James Donahue. I'm a resident of White River Junction, and my wife and I live adjacent to the town forest, just a short distance from the proposed timber harvest. And we're also frequent users of the town forest trails. And I just wanted to urge the select board to approve the harvest of the town forest. I'm a forester, so that's my bias. I have a degree in forest management. I practice forestry in the state of Vermont, but I believe that timber harvest and recreation and wildlife habitat are all compatible uses. I think it's a historic use of the town forest that, a lot of the impacts that have been raised as concerns from folks are kind of short in duration and will, turn into just the legacy of the town forest after just a few years. Some of the other concerns that I'd read about regarding climate change and old forest loss in the state, I generally believe that the science just doesn't support either of those concerns. And so the responses that I had read from the Conservation Commission seemed very reasonable. And again, I've read through the forest plan for the town forest, and I think it's based in really sound science, and it would be wise for the town to continue to manage the town forest. And so that's all I had to say. And thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Good.
I just want to emphasize, there aren't any other hands up at the moment, but standard practice is that we use public comments to discuss things that are not on the agenda, and that items that are on the agenda would be commented on during that agenda item. So, so thanks for your comments, James, but I would say for anyone else, we'll discuss the town forest plan when we get to that item on the agenda.
Anyone else on Zoom?
No hands up.
Okay, we'll close the public comment and we'll go with select board comments and announcements. I'll start down with Lanny and make our way across. Do you have any comments or announcements?
One thing I'm not sure who was realizes it, but there's a shooting in Woodstock, Vermont today. One person's deceased. There haven't been additional details released. I got the news release pulled up from the Vermont State Police as it is. Some of our officers responded down there, I guess. So unfortunately, the gun violence in America is happening in our own hometowns. And just for our citizens out there, just be vigilant in your comings and goings. And make every more note to hug your loved ones. And the other thing that I wanted to ask on the same along the same line is there's, I believe it is somehow on NPR, I think I heard it, that there's a heat warning coming on. And in the past, I believe we've operated a cooling shelter, and just want to know if we have a cooling shelter laid out for this year. If we don't, we should perhaps look into doing that for people that don't have the ability to get into air conditioned places.
Kim?
You want to use it?
Yeah, traditionally what we do is Bugbee offers their services. So the Bugbee Center Senior opens as a cooling shelter because they already have the infrastructure. They already have air conditioners. And we can put up tents and air conditioners, but it's not as effective as a real building. I know that most people don't take advantage of it, but we do try to push those out to our more vulnerable populations. So typically that's run by Scott Cooney as an emergency. Always happy if we feel the weather's coming and you haven't seen a push out from us, send me a quick email and we'll get you the information. But basically, if it's a heat advisory and Bugbee's open, they will welcome you to come in and sit down and cool off and have some cool water.
I knew that we had in the past. I just didn't know if it was something that was going to take place this year, and let it be known out there to the public that if you don't have the air conditioners, the Bugbee Senior Center is available for a cooling area. So
yeah, Mark is really lovely and just basically welcomes anybody who needs to cool off.
yeah, we don't need people of the unhoused community suffering to heat exhaustion.
Anything more on that?
That's it. Thank you.
Rocket, comments or announcements?
Yeah, I do. It's been a great honor, continues to be a great honor to serve you all. So I'm happy to be here. One thing I've noticed about our work is that a lot of times what we do is pretty procedural. It seems like year over year or meeting after meeting, we do similar things. And we're also responding to issues as they come up. And one thing that I wanted to think more about personally with my service to this town is operating in a proactive way to see what are ways that we might initiate things that would be beneficial to our community a year from now, 5 years, 10 years from now. So a few things that I have on mind that I will bring up in a more formal way, but I sort of want to announce publicly. A lot of you have heard some of the ideas that I'm floating. I'm not committed to any of them, but I at least want to explore them. The first is an open container law, which exists in Stowe. It seems to have been successful there so far and a good support to the local businesses. Mm-hmm. So I'm interested in that and having a dialogue with that. And I invite the public to email me, or I'll also post in the Facebook groups just to offer comment, feedback about that. Second one is public art. Rutland, Vermont has done a really beautiful job of filling their downtown with murals. And I think it makes that historic downtown just more colorful and more inviting. Mm-hmm. And I've noticed we have a lot of blank walls downtown. So I was feeling like, if there's a way that we might approach or think about that. And the last one is mounted cavalry, which is formal way of saying cops on horses. And my thinking about that would be if there is a way, is that it actually, there's a historic horse that was developed here in Vermont, which is the Morgan horse. And there are no longer mounted cavalry in the state of Vermont, as far as I understand. So I think that it could be a really interesting addition to the downtown, especially if we could find a way to fund it through grants or nonprofits that would create no additional burden to taxpayers. My hope would be that it would be not only something that would be appealing and interesting for visitors to our community, but also a way of making policing more accessible, since approaching a cop in a cruiser is quite intimidating, but maybe speaking to a cop on a horse might be fun. So in ways that we might bridge these, I mean, again, I'm not committed to the public, I'm not committed to any of these, but they are at the very least fun ideas that I've been bouncing around and sending around privately. And I wanted to sort of bring these more to the public discussion in a forward way to say what amongst these ideas and others can we implement to make Hartford that much better of a community to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. Ally, anything?
Nope.
Mary, anything?
I had a couple of visits last week to the fire department and also to Public Works, and both were terrific. Got a chance to know the workings inside and out. And something that was kind of dear to me was the fact that, and I did tell Jeremy this at Public Works, that I wanted to see wastewater treatment plants, because my dad was chief chemist of the waterworks in Omaha, Nebraska, many years ago, and I used to go out there. So even though things have changed, things are much better now than they were then. It's still pretty fascinating, and I really appreciated all the staff that I met, all Scott Cooney and Jeremy Delisle, and all that the men did to make me feel, men and women, to make me feel welcome, and I just really appreciated it. Thank you.
It's Mary. Dan? Kim?
Yes, I want to acknowledge all the new flags along Route 5 and Route 14, in that I'm sure that to some people it's a really wonderful welcome site, and I think I just want to acknowledge that it's not a welcome site for everyone in our community. And when we've gone to great efforts to make our community a welcoming Hartford, I had a wonderful long conversation with former member Dennis Brown yesterday, not proposing taking any action. One individual approached me today asking about what is it for? Like, what is the purpose and what is it for? Like, when there could be flags saying, welcome to Hartford, or, other kinds of forms of representation or symbolism. And so I didn't have an answer for them. So I guess that's something that I will seek out in terms of what's the primary objective to that particular exercise of, I fully encourage and support people to have whatever flags on their homes and their businesses, but this is representing the town of Hartford as people are coming and going from it. And it's not necessarily a symbol that everyone really relates to and admires. And so I'll leave it at that.
Kim, are these the American flags?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't want to get in an argument.
No, but
this is
just
select board comments. If we have a motion at some point, yeah.
I'd love to talk with you further. And again, I'm not proposing any change or action. I do oppose it on all the poles in the downtown, which if it comes to that, I will work against that. But I think it's just important to recognize that there are members of the community that don't necessarily, including veterans that are unhoused or the American flag is a symbol of our country. I think it's great to have it here at the municipal building. I think it is appropriate on Memorial Day, Flag Day, Veterans Day, Armed Services Day. I'm not personally in favor of it being up and down our main thoroughfares. So we can talk later if you like.
Anything else, Kim?
I'm very disturbed by hearing that.
Lenny? We want to move on to select board comments. Every select board member has a right to express their opinion on these issues. And so we're going to move on.
Yep, that's it for me.
Okay, all right. And then finally, I just want to remind people there's the block party tomorrow, 5 to 8 at Lyman Point Park. There's the Juneteenth celebration on Sunday. Saturday. And we'll at both events, there will be members of the select board. We'll have a table, at least at the block party, to solicit ideas on how we might spend our ARPA funds. So we hope to see you there. Okay, and so that's the end of select board comments and announcements. We have no appointments. We have the town manager's report.
Can I either open a window or put the AC back on?
I would vote for putting the AC back on if everyone's okay with that.
Lana, would you turn the AC back on? Thank you.
Weird.
I'll be okay.
Thank you, Lana. And then the town manager's report, we'll go to Tracy.
All right, Mike only stole some of my thunder on events this week. Be kind to our public Parks and Rec, Public Works, Police and Fire staff, because we are busy this week. We also have the Quechee Hot Air Balloon Festival this weekend. So be kind to our traffic volunteers. They are taking donations for the Brian Hansen Scholarship Fund, which provides Parks and Rec funding for individuals who may not be able to afford that. We also have the soft opening of the pool. So right now we're soft opening the pool on Saturday and Sunday, Saturday from 1 to 7, Sunday from 1 to 6. We're going to get all of our hiccups out before we have a great grand opening party. So again, we've got a lot of new staff down there, a lot of young staff. So have a great time and let us know how it goes. And so some significant activities from the staff. Speaking of the pool, the Department of Parks and Rec continues to struggle finding a full staff of lifeguards. We have 4 prospective lifeguards that are taking the training course next week. So best of luck to them. And hopefully if all those folks pass, we'll have a little bit more of a full schedule. We wanted to welcome Tatum Barnes and Vincent Beckley. Tatum is our new recreation specialist and Vincent is our certified pool operator. Tatum is a regular around here. He's been working part-time with the campers and very beloved by our kids. So we're excited to have Tatum full-time and give him some wings to find some new programming for all of us. Our town clerk wants to send out a huge thank you to the DPW team, Jeremy, Jean, and Anthony. They coordinated the installation of our new secure ballot drop box. So if you come to the back door of town hall, you'll see that. It is locked and our clerk holds the keys so that way nobody can put anything in it or use it as a trash can until it's time for your ballots. In the SIG-AX and on her website, we have a lot of information about how to get a mail-in ballot for the upcoming primary. So if you have any questions or you'd like to get one of those, you can email the town clerk, you can call our office, or you can look on our website in its last couple of weeks of existence in its current form and request a ballot. I wanted to give a little shout out to our recruits at the training academy. Training staff at the police academy have praised all 3 and advised that they'll be great assets to Hartford and our department. They will graduate mid-July and then move into a field training position where they have a more senior individual with them, helping them learn on the job. Thank you to the Public Works Department for doing that emergency slope erosion issue on South Street and to Knott's Excavating for moving those big rocks for us. Many, many thanks to Matt Osborne for Green Up Day. He gives you some stats in the SIG-AX report, but 800 bags of trash, 35 tires, and we disposed a total of 3.2 tons of trash in the dumpsters that we got. So we are squeaky clean and carried out with you. The fire department is interviewing candidates for our new firefighter positions. They've gotten some great responses from people out of the area who are interested in coming to Vermont and being Green Mountain Staters with the rest of us. Interestingly enough, from the environmental sustainability coordinator, he is working with fire and police on idle mitigation systems, which would allow them to turn off the car and not idle it as much. So the new ambulance will have that, and we're looking on how we can add that to more and more of our vehicles. Whew. All right, you guys sticking with me? couple of more things. We do have a new program. We want to continue to let everybody know that the Vermont Homeowner Assistance Program is here. If your property is your primary residence, you might be able to get help with delinquent property taxes or utility payments through the Vermont Homeowner Assistance Program. We have flyers. You can Google it. You can come on in and grab a flyer, and they can help you make those payments. Those payments come directly to the municipality. So if that's you or you know someone who might benefit from that, please have them take advantage of that program. And finally, the construction and demolition debris pile is gone. It does not end the work that we all have to do when it comes to solid waste. I know that every time they dig down, they find more interesting things into the earth. The good news is the total actual cost right now is sitting at about $112,000, significantly less than what we were estimating. I say that with an asterisk. It's up to the city of Lebanon's dump to get us the actual invoices, and we haven't been formally invoiced for those invoices. So we could see a slight change on that, but that is significantly less than what we were proposing. We were thinking it was heavier than it was. And so that's a really, really good thing that we found out. And besides the processing time difficulties, it went smoothly overall, and we were happy with the contractor. That's it for me.
Okay. Anyone have questions or comments on the town manager's report? Lanny?
Yeah, if I might, Tracy, the solid waste C&E pile, has the state approved it?
Removing it was totally fine with the state, and they're happy that we removed it. We all have to dig in about the entire facility with.
But I mean, the levels of the state, I mean, we've reached a level of the C&E pile that the state says you're good.
They're still evaluating that. And I think it's going to come more holistically with that entire section of the property.
So we may not at this point be completely through.
We're going to spend like over an hour in a couple of weeks talking about the solid waste facility, because there are a number of different concerns about the ground. But it's flush with the ground, and we've taken care of that notice of violation. Now, whether or not when they come back, they're unhappy with how deep it is, we've had some issues with that in the past. That's going to be a whole different set of conversations with the state. I am very pleased that when the staff has met with them recently, they have had discussions that the state of Vermont has not been entirely helpful when it comes to us and other municipalities dealing with the old dumps and the old transfer stations. So hopefully that was heard by those staff members, and we'll continue to push that narrative with them that we would like their help dealing with this rather than just their notices of violation. So I don't know what's coming next. Who knows?
Mary?
In talking about the solid waste and using Lebanon, my understanding is that probably 5 to 7 years, we won't be able to do that. That was talking to Jeremy about that, but they aren't going to be able to allow us. Where would we go from there?
Running down the street, freaking out a little bit. There are a couple of other solid waste facilities in Vermont. Again, the state is not being great about understanding that we all make some amount of trash, and we need some place to put it. I have had some light talks with the city of Lebanon, and will do my best to see how long of an agreement we get. The good news is that staff from Hartford and staff from Lebanon have a really good working relationship. So I think that we will be able to have a very strong agreement for as long as we possibly can. Those are just light talks at this moment.
We're not taking C&D at all.
We are not taking C&D at
I
all.
was referring to just C&D or all solid waste. Yeah.
Yeah. If you have drywall, you need to go to Lebanon. We don't want your drywall anymore.
Rocket?
Yeah, Tracy, I appreciate you helping out via email last time. I had a question about the police department, the all other calls. I think last meeting was listed miscellaneous, being a couple hundred. That's sort of like 2 times the sum of all the other calls. And I remember your explanation of it. Is it possible to just have more of a detailed break? It just seems like a lot of calls to be put in miscellaneous, and it would help me understand what we're looking at. Just for future reports, is that?
So a lot of times those are somewhere between another 10 or 12 categories. So I think what we could do is what you have in your SIGACs are the most detailed categories for actual calls. Maybe we could take the top 2 or 3 types out of that miscellaneous calls and bring them down. I think it would get really unwieldy for you to see that you got 4 hangups, 37 tests, all of those sort of things, but maybe take out of that something like all other calls, maybe take the next top 2 or 3 categories and see if that's helpful.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, for me, looking at that log is really helpful for me to understand what the driving issues are in terms of why people are calling for support. And so when they're listed as all other calls or miscellaneous, that doesn't really help me understand what's going on. But I guess, yeah, if they're listed as hangups or tests, I mean, that would be great too.
Yeah, because like for an example, a couple of, maybe more like a month ago, we walked through town hall and we tested every panic button, and those would all be automatically logged in the computer aided dispatch system because we aren't allowed to manipulate that information. So you would see, oh my gosh, all these calls came through on town hall, test. So, those are kind of some of the things, but how about for the next couple of months, we'll break out the top 2 or 3 categories and we'll see if that's helpful for everybody.
I guess the other thing is if all other calls are not, they're calls that's where citizens do not need support, then that doesn't really matter, I guess. I'm just wondering if within that there are categories where citizens do need support and they're calling through, but it's such an infrequent or odd thing. I just want to make sure that I'm getting a good picture of why people are calling in. And so if they're tests or they're sort of like non-emergency or non-support calls, then that doesn't really matter to me. But if there are people needing support, that would be helpful. And then I was just wanting to just check in again, as I do regularly, about the police search. Is that still on track and everything going well?
Yeah, they closed applications on Friday. They've got 18 candidates, and the next step is for IACP to look at the resume review and do a screening phone interview on those. And then they usually bring between 5 and 10 up to the semifinalist level. So they'll be reviewing those applications this week, and I think scheduling phone calls for the end of the week, beginning of next week.
Great. And then you'll be receiving their top picks.
Definitely. Yep. That's when those names and information get handed over to the town.
So we're still looking at late summer.
Yep.
Great. And then the last topic I had was ARPA funds. As we're sort of starting to engage, think about that as a select board. I was wondering if there was maybe a possibility, which maybe you already have planned, to sort of hear from department heads, or at least just see a report from the department heads of what their wish lists are. I know we have this capital improvement plan, but I don't know if there was any suggestions that were coming out from that we might look at as well.
The department heads are going to have a focused, we meet Monday mornings at 10, and we're going to have a focused stand-up, as we call them. We don't stand up, we sit down. We're going to have that focused stand-up on Monday about ARPA and what their desires would be if they had full breadth and width of the funding. So when we come back to talk about it on the 28th, we'll have that information for you, what their wishes are.
Great. And then the last final is you being sort of having the best seat in the house to sort of see what all the different departments are working on. If you're able to give your own recommendations, obviously each department head would be referring to its own scope, the scope of their own work. And if you could give us sort of a filtered feedback of what you think, how you would prioritize those, that would be really helpful for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Great, thank you.
Just a comment to the SIGAC's data for the police department. I think that one of the priorities in the strategic plan for equity inclusion is better data collection and transparency throughout all the departments in the town. And I know because of the leadership change in the department back when Chief Caston was still here, that the H4A committee was talking with him about possibility of sort of improving the transparency of the incident reports in a way that's still respectful of people's privacy or that kind of thing. I mean, some towns list out all the details and the names and the addresses, and we weren't suggesting that, but more data relating to individual incidents. And I think that that could be something that might be, once we reestablished leadership in the department and they are a little more robust in their staffing. Like, I think it's something that I fully hope to pursue within the context of HCORI and the working groups with the department going forward, but I've been just basically being patient about it because there's such a transition in the department right now.
So are you just encouraging me to be patient?
Yes, I am.
I can try. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, they've got a lot going on right now, and I
Yeah.
do think that information is really useful. But I think once they have the new leadership, that there might be a better opportunity for that to be pursued.
That makes sense. I mean, I realize that we're very understaffed and everyone's working really hard. So for me, the concern was that it's a 2-to-1 ratio of all of the calls to sort of categorize calls. So I was just wondering what's going on with that. And if that needs to wait a couple months, then that's totally fine.
Okay, I just wanted to note a couple things on the way in. I heard a radio story that there is a national lifeguard shortage. So I was not surprised to see that in the Parks and Rec highlights. So I hope we can get enough people so we can fully staff the pool. There was also a lot of great work in this town manager's report from the police department. Just a couple notes. Corporal Clifford did an investigation of the Pleasant View Motel arson, which led to an arrest. And then Lieutenant Howell and Sergeant Solomita assisted a suicidal subject and got them voluntarily transported to the hospital. So great work by all the departments, but we just wanted to give a little notice to some of our staff at HPD. Okay, so now we will go to board reports, motions, and ordinances. The first item is a street closure request. This was made by Ryder Hathaway, who I believe is on Zoom. Hi, Ryder.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today?
Oh, very good. I think to start, maybe if you could tell us, your plans for this proposed event, and then it looks like you did a lot of work with the permits and everything, and just tell us, what you've got in place for this proposed event when it comes to things like traffic, safety, things like that. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the past 2 weeks, I've been speaking with members of the fire department as well as the police department to get their services supplied for the event. For those that aren't aware of what the event is, it is going to be potentially a downhill skateboarding and luge event in Queechee on Noise Lane. It's going to be between the road of Williams Lane and Old Farm Town Road. And it's going to be, the road is over 1 kilometer long, just about. And what we're going to be doing is having a police officer at the top and bottom, as well as an EMS ambulance up at the top for the entirety of the race, for the entirety of the event. Safety-wise, we are going to be having, I've locally sourced a hay provider for the event from Eastman Farm in Queechee, who will be providing hay to be put on exposed guardrail, as well as in major crash zones on the hill. And we also, for the town, as of last Thursday, was able to secure insurance for the event to make sure that there is no liability for the town, which is one of the biggest things that we were really worried about. And I wanted to make sure that we got before this event, before this meeting today, as well as I was able to draft up a letter to the residents, just letting them know what was going on, what will be happening on August 6th and 7th. And also just was crossing off the checklist as well. Was able to secure a barricade contract from Green Mountain Flaggers. So I've secured four type 3 barricades for the top and the bottom of the hill. So at those intersections where the police are, they will also be accompanied by those type 3 barricades to secure the road during the runs that will be going down intermittently throughout the days, throughout the weekend. So starting from 8 a.m. going till 5 p.m., the road will be closed for about 10 minutes at a time to let riders descend the course, which starts at Williams and ends at Old Farm Town Road. And then once the last rider has arrived at the bottom of the hill, we will reopen the Noise Lane 2 traffic. That is currently what we're planning on doing with in regards to safety as well as traffic mitigation and control. Having the police presence there will help substantially because it'll offer a sense of authority at the bottom and top of the hill. So I know a lot of Vermonters, sometimes they like to, I've had issues in the past with other events where Vermonters don't want to stop, and I want to make sure that there's a police presence at the event to make sure that we can make sure that our riders be safe and have a closed road environment to participate in the racing as well as skating on the road for the weekend. And I also, before moving forward, I do want to just say thank you to the members of the select board for having me tonight, as well as Lana Livingston, who's been helping me out throughout this whole process. You guys have been phenomenal, and thank you very much for having me tonight.
Thank you for that information. So this is like a sanctioned event by like the USA Skateboarding. So this is, what's that about? Just so
yeah, so the really exciting part about this is that this event will be recognized by USA Skateboarding as well as Skate Canada to be used as the qualifying series for the World Skate Games that will be happening down in Argentina this fall. So this is, as the name of the event hints at, is the last chance for for riders to get their last minute points in to secure their spots on their country's respective luge and skateboarding teams. So the racing that will be going down will have a direct impact on the racers and their standings in the leaderboards currently, and will be the deciding factor for many racers and whether or not they'll be able to represent their countries in South America this fall.
Great. Select board questions for Ryder. Kim.
Hey, Ryder. Sounds like a really cool event. My only concern is consideration of the residents on Noise Lane. So I've seen the letter that you have in the packet says that if you've received this letter, it means the select board has approved the event, and we could not be more excited, which it might have been a little premature, but I guess I'm curious to know how many letters you gave, how did you get them to the residents, and did you have any responses from them? Like how did...
So, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
So I was advised by Lana Livingston not to disperse the letters until after the select board meeting. That's why that note is in the letter. It's not presumptuous. I wanted to make sure that before letting any residents know that that I had spoken to the select board and had expressed permission before going door to door, because that is the plan, to disperse those letters and give everyone, let everyone know what will be happening on August 6th and 7th. So I have not dispersed those letters yet, but pending approval, I will be dispersing those in person to the residents of Noise Lane, Pingree Lane, and Mercy Strong Lane.
Do you have any relationships with residents up there? I mean, just, when we have a public forum like this, typically one of the objectives is to hear if there is any opposition to it from members of the public, not just the members of the select board. So I guess I'm curious,
of course.
Have you had contact with any residents up in that neighborhood?
Yes, actually I have. At the very top of the road, right at the intersection of Williams Lane and Noise Lane, I've spoken to the I don't have the names, I'm so sorry. But at the top of the road there's a driveway, right? And I've had multiple interactions with them, as well as the one of my close friends who is helping me with this, organize this, who is not here today, unfortunately. He has spoken to the house that is on the left hairpin at the bottom of the road, and they've all expressed approval of skating going down on the road on Noise Lane, and haven't had any issues. That's what has inspired me to want to try and get something sanctioned by the town, because the overall impression that I've gotten from the residents has been extremely positive. And I really want to make this not just I skipped talking to the residents and spoke directly to the select board thing. I really want the residents, I want to speak to the residents in person and hear what their concerns might be about this event, and try and work with them going forward to make this work for them as well. So it isn't hindering their day or making it difficult for them to go about their day-to-day lives during that weekend.
Do you know how many houses there are along that route?
I have I believe there are around 6, mainly on Noise Lane. I still have to, I have not had the chance to go down Pingra and Mercy Strong, but on the section of Noise Lane that we're using, there are approximately 6 houses.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Chair, I think personally, like, I'm fully supportive of this, but I feel like I would be in favor of something pending signing off of the residents or something like that. I mean,
well, we can discuss that when we get to the motion.
Thanks.
And Ryder, just one question. So I thought you said that the road would be closed at 10 minutes at a time.
Yes. So
okay. So is there an opportunity for people to, if they need to leave their house or come in, they can access the road while it's open, like, you know, when there's not like a racer going down or something?
Absolutely. So what I mentioned in my my safety plan in the event plan was we're going to have course marshals on the driveways as well as on the side lanes with radios to basically as soon as the road is clear and there are no more racers on course, that we will be opening up the road to residents of Noise Lane as well as Pingra and Mercy Strong Lane, so that they can access the road and leave and go to and from their homes. So they're not locked in on their at their homes during the event.
Sure, thanks. Lanny?
Yeah, this would be a question for the town manager, if I may. Noticing in here that the insurance is required for this event. This is an event unlike any that I've seen held in the town of Hartford in the past. And I just want to know from your standpoint, Tracy, whether this insurance policy would be something that town legal, that someone from our attorney's office should look at to make sure that we have the coverage for this.
No, proof of liability insurance is a really standard thing that one organization gives to another organization, and they're standard from their insurance carrier. So if you all, decide to approve this, we would be looking at a standard, probably additional insured certificate.
So there's no way the town could be held liable if somebody had perhaps injured, or the worst case.
I wouldn't say never, because people are litigious and would enjoy suing probably anybody who made the hay bales even. But additional insured would say that this organization was the primary responsibility, or they would also be holding insurance on the event. Never say never, because somebody might decide to sue the person who made the asphalt, who made the road.
Okay, and then the other question is for you, sir. Ryder, if this event turns out to be a successful event, is this something you will perhaps look at doing in the future?
Depending on how it goes this first time around, I would love to make it an annual event. Obviously, I do not know how it will go, but I have extremely high hopes, and I would love to make this an annual event. Obviously, pending approval from the town. My last item that I had on my event plan was to have a debrief with the select board to go over how the event went, how it was perceived by the town, what could be done better. Also, any critiques of my organization style or any shortcomings of the event. And I welcome those comments if this was to be accepted by the select board. And I do want to make sure that you all know that I take your opinions very seriously, and I want this to be done within the way I want this to be done in a way that is conducive to Hartford and in a way that you all can sleep well at night, knowing that it's going on.
I would like to just say that I think it's a really cool event. I'd like to watch it happen that day. It'd be kind of cool.
And we'd love to have you.
And but the other thing is, during your promoting of this event, it'd be nice to see some promotion of local lodging and eating establishments as well, so that we could pump up our business community in this a little bit. So
absolutely
be a major plus. So all right, look forward to seeing it if it gets to that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Ryder. Just have a few questions. How many people do you anticipate participating, both as racers and maybe as spectators too?
So on the racer side, I plan on capping the amount of people participating in the event at 120. That is the maximum amount of people that I would allow to be at the event. When it comes to spectators, I probably included in the count with the racers. I believe that probably we'll see. I would hope to see maybe around 200 to 300. So an additional 50 to 100 people hopefully coming as well to watch the event. That is obviously pending weather, as well as speaking to residents on the hill as to whether or not they feel comfortable with spectators on the sides of the road, because I also have been thinking about that a lot as well, and I want to make sure that that they are comfortable with spectators being on the road watching the event while it's happening. So I expect around in total, hopefully around 300 people, but that's obviously pie in the sky hope. So, but I would hope for that amount of people to be spectating and watching the event happen.
Thank you. And then I had a question about the Friday setup. So in your plan, it says that it doesn't seem like that Friday beforehand to set up would involve any street closure, but I know that there's like hay bales involved and things like that. So I'm just curious if you could just speak to a little bit more that Friday, and if there is or isn't street closure needed on that day as well.
So we will not be needing street closure on that day, because what will be happening will, and I've been speaking to Eastman Farm, what will be happening probably later in the afternoon will be set up, which is basically we'll be going up with a hay truck and making sure that hay is put on the major crash zones as well as the exposed guardrail. Luckily, the guardrail that I've examined on the hill is far enough back from the road that the hay bales that we'd be able to put on the guardrail would not be directly in the road in any way inhibiting traffic. If there was a situation in which a hay bale would be in traffic, we would move it to the side so it wasn't in the or out of the way of the roadway, so it wouldn't get in the way of any up or downhill traffic when the event is not going on.
Just I have one more question. Thank you.
Of course.
And then And maybe this is a question for you, Ryder, then maybe also a little bit for our town manager, because you said you were speaking to police and fire just to kind of get their take and see kind of what time they might have available. So I guess from your sense, Ryder, and then maybe from our town manager too, it seems like police and fire have the time and the resources to devote to this on that weekend.
Yep. So I spoke to Jason Sorza, the fire department, the deputy fire chief, as well as Lieutenant Thomas Howell from the Hartford Police Department, and the police department was saying that they they were the hardest one to really pin down, but they did give a loose committal. It's only because the manpower shortage that they were experiencing. But they said that if this was to get approved, if I got in contact with them as soon as possible, they'd try and be able to get that penciled in, pending as soon as if I could possibly get in contact with them as soon as the event was approved. So as for EMS, they have a lot more people coming on staff, according to Jason, this summer. So a lot of people are going to be hopefully looking for overtime. So that he was very optimistic that we would be able to get EMS staff for that time period. I had one other thing. It's mainly just making sure that I can inform them as soon as possible that we'll need these services on this date and that this event is definitely happening. So please pencil in that we will need you at these exact dates and times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rocket.
Hey, Ryder. This is very impressive and awesome. And my question for you is more about parking. I don't know if you've been able to think that through, or if that's something that you have yet to sort of figure out.
So actually, Rocket, so I have on my event plan, I have a small diagram of the course, and it's on the second page of the event plan. At the top of the hill, there's a large shoulder of the road that does not have any houses on it, as well as on the, if you exit Noise Lane at the top of the road onto Williams Lane and take a right, there is a large amount of open space there that does not have any housing or residents on the road. And I was hoping to use that as parking. There is also a smaller section to the left of Williams Lane, but there are houses there. So I'm a little less inclined to use that space. But on to the right of Williams Lane, there is a large amount of space that we can use for parking as well.
Is that privately owned, or you need still, that's pending approval of the property owner, basically?
Absolutely, exactly. And so at the very top, there is a I believe it might be a state park or a town forest. I'm not 100% sure, but that is why I assume that is why there is no development there. So that is why I did not see any homes on that section of the road, and that's why I was hoping, pending approval, that we would be able to use that section because it would not be encroaching on anyone's private property or anything of the sort.
Thank you. This is a pretty monumental organizational effort, so I applaud you for that, and
thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Kim?
Would this be the same kind of, I guess this is a question for Tracy, or it's the same kind of fee for service, like when there's officers needed for like a parade route or something like that?
Yeah, we have a fee schedule for outside things, and I believe Deputy Chief Zorro has provided that, as has Lieutenant Howell, to balance the costs. So we charge them the cost of doing the work.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, Ryder.
So when I spoke to Deputy Sorza as well as Lieutenant Howell. They were able to provide quotes for the work that they'd be providing during those days. I can give those to you if you want. The EMS services was $150 an hour for both days, and for the 2 officers, it would be $78 an hour for the both of them. So I've already incorporated that into my budget, and yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that I've already spoken to them about how much that would cost to pay for them.
Thank you, Ryder. So I guess one question just procedurally is, it looks like we have an application to conduct an event on a public street or highway, right? And an application for a road closure requests. So they're the same.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, sorry. We're just trying to figure out what the motion would be to approve this.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? Is it just the street closure?
The street closure permit, if anybody was to make a motion, the motion would be to approve the street closure permit.
Okay. Lanny?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
That we approve the street closure permit as presented for the event on Queechee Williams Lane.
Okay. Have a second.
Can I make a friendly amendment? Would you consider amending it to say pending resident approval?
How would we do that? I'm just interrupting to say, how would we do that? Just think through that for us.
Get a response from residents. I mean, well, why don't we see if there's a second, and then we'll kind of have discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say on that, it sounds like, Ryder, you have spoken to some people there. The road will be closed at 10 minutes at a time, so
Wait, let's get a second.
they could leave.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you, Rocket.
Just for
So it's going to be closed, not permanently closed all day. You've talked to some of the residents. It sounds like there are about 6 houses maybe on the course. And you need to contact fire and police pretty much as soon as possible, right, to try and book them. Okay.
Exactly. I was planning, obviously pending approval, calling them early tomorrow morning to let them know as soon as possible.
The reason I stated it as presented, to me, that means as the terms of the presentation apply. That's why I stated it that way. So therefore, police and fire would be covered. I mean, that's the way that I assume the motion was supposed to be made.
Yeah, I mean, my question about police and fire, part of it is if we do this conditionally on like another event happening, he won't really be able to guarantee that it's going to happen. He needs to reach out to them sooner than later. I mean, if someone wants to try and offer something for the motion that would condition it on something, you could hear that. I don't think we really, I don't know that I would support that.
I'm not sure I understand.
Kim?
So, and I mean, personally, I think it could be amazing. It could be great. As if I'm going to approve it, I want to know that there's been more direct outreach to the neighbors, because otherwise we're going to approve it, which we may very well, and we're going to hear, how did the town of Hartford approve this event without even being in contact with us? And this is a very reasonable, understanding response. I wholeheartedly hope that all of the residents and the neighbors will be excited and delighted. You know, one of them might have a wedding at their house that date, or, you know, like we don't know what the individual, it's going to affect very directly. It's going to impact those neighbors very significantly for one day, granted. And, you know, if there's construction that happens, they need to have the road closed for some time. But I'm just not comfortable approving it personally unless there's more outreach to the community. And because it is also stretching what our public safety department is already stretched and doing, if they sign up for it without it being, well, the board approved it, so we have to do it. Those are my positions personally. So I'm just gonna share that.
So are you suggesting that we hold a public hearing on it?
No, there's, if I were planning this event, I would go to each of those residents prior to the coming before the select board and say, do you have any objections to this event happening in your neighborhood and disrupting your street for a day? I mean, it's a thing we've never done. It's not like the Queechee Bloom Festival where people who live in that neighborhood have come to expect it for years and years. And maybe it would become that for future process. But this is just I think from experience, if neighbors don't feel like they were even approached or consulted about it before we approve it, and I don't live anywhere near Noise Lane, that it seems.
I see your point. I'm gonna withdraw my motion.
Okay, Ryder, clarifying question. You have spoken to some of the neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to add, I did in an email with Lana Livingston prior to submitting my final road closure application, as well as the letter that I provided today. I did ask, would you like me to contact the residents of Noise Lane as well as the adjoining lanes? And I was recommended to hold off and speak with the select board first. If I had been advised to do that initially, I would have without question. So I do want to just bring that up, that it's not, I was not negligently not reaching out to them. It was because I was advised not to until speaking with you.
Understandable.
Helen?
Yeah, and that makes me think, if we were interested in a future discussion about shifting the procedure a little bit to, because this is the first time this has happened, to include, some sort of provision that applicants make every effort prior to, bringing their application forward to have conversations with potentially impacted neighbors or wherever the street closure might be. Like, we could work that into a process, but I guess to me, it doesn't feel fair because that was not an expectation that was set forward in the application process currently. But I do hear you, Kim, that we should be thinking about, how it would be impacting neighbors and make every effort to do that. So, I don't know if there's an opportunity we have to receive applications, 60 days before the date. So if we were to decide not to approve it today and then see the application again, once we got more info from the neighbors, we could do that. But I'm kind of on the fence about that. But.
Just real quickly. I agree with what Ally has said. I also think it's really difficult if there are 6 residences and we say, okay, if 5 of them say yes and 1 says no. I mean, it gets a little complex here to try and figure out, well, do we say the majority of them say it's okay? I mean, I don't know. I think right now we have to go with what we've got. That's just my.
Mayor, there were more than 6. I think 6 on noise and then a couple of the subsidiary. But
I believe we have the authority to rescind a permit.
I don't think we should go down that path.
Well, look, I mean, Ryder has some things he has to do to get this moving. If you grant it and then every single person who lives on those roads is like, no, this is horrible, you never consulted us, I certainly think you could, rescind it then. I need someone to tell me like a motion, like what you make this contingent on, and everything involved with that. If one person says no, I mean, when roads are closed, parades happen, not everybody's in favor of that.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just had a clarifying question for Kim, because I think you're making a great point that if I lived on that road, I could see myself being like, where did this come from and why were we not warned? So I think that we're in a little bit of an uncomfortable position because of that. I'm wondering, and this kind of touches on what Mary said, what would you envision as being like a response, like a suitable response from the neighbors to disqualify us from approving this? Versus, because if it is like majority minority, is it that, or is it if someone has a wedding? I mean, at what point do we as a select board say, well, there's a benefit to our town, broader than the residents of that street, to have this event and to support events like this, and our responsibility to just approve it, even if that comes at the momentary or the weekend long cost of the neighbors? I don't know. These are just questions. I was wondering if you had more thoughts on that.
I do, but curious to hear what Lanny has to say. He's had his hand up.
Lanny?
Yeah, I think that we should use extreme caution when we're talking about getting members of the community engaged within street closures. And I say that because we've held First Friday events downtown, and we haven't got community engagement from the community around that as far as the street closure. We have had street closures for First Friday events in the past. But the problem is that when we start engaging the public, it sets a precedent, I think, that we have to be careful of. We have the authority as a select board, and it sounds like he's got pretty good planning in place for just traffic up and down the highway. And I did not think about, and I will digress and say you brought out some excellent points, Ms. Souza, in the fact of there could be, wedding events and such that are happening in the neighborhood. If we're going to do something, I don't know if we have anything within our town plan that says when we have a street closure, whether we're supposed to contact the neighbors or not. Do you know, Tracy, if there's anything that says?
It wouldn't be in the town plan, it'd be in this policy.
So do you know if there's anything in the policy that states that?
I don't believe so.
So we can just arbitrarily close it if we choose to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we should probably put something in there then.
I have a proposed motion. If yours is.
I withdrew my motion.
You're giving us whiplash, Lane. So
I withdrew my motion.
So may I make the proposed motion?
Yes, go ahead.
And with the understanding, so I'm going to make one pending that the applicant do notify as all of the residents that are impacted. And I think the caveat to that, and I'll make the actual motion, but I think what the next step with that would be if there is any major objection from any resident that they could appeal this.
wait, it's I mean, what do we, here's somebody who's putting so much energy into organizing this massive event.
Right.
And then they've got to put out notices to the police, the fire, multiple departments, and then hundreds of people to attend.
I mean, it's just.
I just
not
think that,
far away. It's
I think
not-
if we go into the territory with possibly withdrawing, we should just deny it now so that he can look for an alternate location.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Ryder's done everything that the policy requires,
Okay.
right?
All
He's
right.
filled out every form, he's done everything. So, I mean, if there are concerns about granting it, you can vote no and.
I think that if we were to just approve it this year and ask for the contingency of notice to the neighbors, at the very least, a respectful notice, with contact information to the organizers.
And availability of public safety.
You're right, and availability of public safety, right? So with those things contingent, then I think it would behoove our community to approve events like this, to encourage events like this. And then I think following that, Ryder's offer here, his preemptive offer of coming back and doing sort of a postmortem reflection, I think will provide a great opportunity for the community to comment, for us to discuss ways that we can improve that process.
My understanding is this comes up to the board like very infrequently, like if it's come up before.
This is the first time it's gotten this
So,
far.
I
How's that?
think that if there are things we want to add to the application process and the policy going forward, about at least maybe just a public notice, sort of like you'd warn a meeting or something like that. And that's something we can think about with the policy details. That probably makes some sense. For this one now, I'm ready to go for a vote if everyone is.
Is there a motion on the floor currently?
No, you rescinded yours, right?
No.
Yep, I haven't made one.
She hadn't made one. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion if I could. I want to thank Ryder for his hard work. I think he's done due diligence and all the things that we sort of expected. And from what he said, he's willing to do whatever else needs to happen. So I think if residents have complaints that are brought to his attention, he'll do the best to address them. But I think as other people have said, it's an opportunity for us to bring this to Hartford, try it once, see if it's successful or not, and go from there. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application by Last Chance Downhill for August 6th and 7th, contingent upon receiving the services of the police department and public works that are needed as they're spelled out in this document.
I second the motion.
You got that?
We'll pull it.
All right, we've got a second. Any discussion before we vote? Laney and then Rocket.
So my question is, if we have an event that's planned, such as a wedding that you brought up for that weekend, and we have a homeowner that has had this in the works, what are we gonna do at that point in time? I mean, my question would be, what is the drop dead date on this? If this could possibly wait until next select board meeting to allow Ryder time to contact the citizens. Because I would hate to see us approve something and then have a citizen say, hey, I've had this massive wedding plan for like a year and a half, you know, and because you're right. I mean, the property owners up there have their rights to have the free existence up there as well. And if they have a wedding plan, that's not going to be just, we can do this on 10-minute interval things.
Well, why not?
So,
Yeah, I mean, it would inconvenience everyone, right? But they are still gonna have access to their homes. We'll have a line of cars waiting, and then they'll open it up, and the skaters might have to wait a little bit longer for all the cars to get up into the driveway. But it's still possible, right? I mean, and this is part of living in communities. We share a space, and we try to utilize space the best we can to benefit the most number of people. I am supportive of this motion.
Dan?
I'd like to stop what-ifing. I mean, we could have a Hurricane Irene, it's out of our control, that would change the wedding and change this event. You know, I think we've done everything we can do, and we just need to move it forward and see what happens. And then we'll know for next year if there's a lot of complaints and people don't want it in the neighborhood, they can let us know that. And as I said, I think Ryder has reached out and will continue to reach out to anyone to address the concerns that they have. I think we need to stop what-ifing.
And so in support of this motion, it was said prior to the motion, so I just want to reiterate for this motion, this is directed at Ryder. If you can just make sure that your contact information goes to every one of the neighbors along with the letter, just so that your availability as an organizer is present for them. And I guess, you know, if there is something significant, that bring it up and we'll walk through it, but otherwise I'm ready to vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
6-1. Motion passes. Thank you, Ryder.
Thank you very much, everyone. I really am excited for this, and I can't thank you enough for giving me your time. Kim, I really do want to work and speak to the residents and address any issues that they have. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I want to be able to work with residents going forward with this event to make it as conducive to their lifestyles as I can, as well as making it an effective and wonderful event all around. So thank you all once again. Thank you, Lana. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Ryder.
Take
Okay.
care.
Capital improvement plan is up next.
All right, from downhill racing to kind of a downer of a memo. I'm sorry, you all, y'all, for having to write such sad economic news. But for those of you joining in at home, we have a capital improvement plan that was created in 2018. Typically, what municipalities do are lightly update that annually and fully update it every 6 years. So we're still in that capital improvement plan. And that's because projects take time, right? We're a municipality, and we also are constrained by the weather. So you'll often hear staff and contractors talk about the contracting season because the weather needs to be warm enough and then it cools down. So it was updated in 2019 to reflect the period of fiscal years 2020 to 2025. And in 2020, the staff at the time and the town manager at the time changed it to a one-page spreadsheet. We looked at that one last year around this time. And as I've been able to dig in with the staff on how this process can be useful for them, they found the narrative format really provided more context about the process and found it much more helpful than the one page. So we went back to this narrative version rather than the one-page spreadsheet. So what the capital improvement plan does is identify large projects to begin either feasibility studies or the design process. Oftentimes, once those two pieces get rolling, it's out of your hands and my hands in that we've already allocated some work towards it. So we can stop those, but it's a good thing to remember that we can stop a feasibility study or we can complete it and say thanks and put it on the shelf. Once we start designing and engineering, that's when we're incurring costs and we're actually making decisions about the process. But as I say in my memo, we continue to live during the first modern age global pandemic. We're seeing record inflation rates. I just checked online today and we are sitting at about 8.6%. And the Federal Reserve is thinking that we are going to go higher on inflation. We're not done seeing volatile pricing increases. So this has really impacted the staff's comfort and ability to open new projects. We've been living in a near constant stream of supply shortages, price increases, and labor shortages. You all have been along for that ride with us as we continue to try to get products. We see things being unavailable. We see us paying more for what we would have bought 2 years ago for much less. In addition, some things we've been discussing internally is many of the projects that we queued up for 2020 and 2021 had to be postponed due to COVID. Lori Hirschfield is bringing forth an item for you today that was set to break ground in March of 2020. As you'll see, it hasn't even been broken ground because we postponed it. And we're just now trying to get back on the ball about that. But we're seeing that things are coming in at extreme higher costs. That's not just us. I reached out to town managers up and down this side of the Connecticut River, and they're regularly seeing projects coming in at 40 to 60% over what they had initially budgeted for. In addition, we're seeing that quotes are now no longer always valid for 30 days. We are being told that the quote is valid for 1 to 2 weeks. If we don't move on it, we need to get it requoted. So that's showing you how volatile some of the supplies are and that our vendors don't want to commit to a price for any longer than they have to. And we're also finding that supplies are not available at any price and contractors do not reply to our requests for proposals or quotes. I know we had a public comment about line striping. We have 4 companies that we regularly reach out to for line striping. We have a history with them. Our highway foreman has been a member of the staff for over 30 years. 3 didn't get back to him and 1 sent him a very thanks, but no, we're not interested in bidding on your line striping this year. So we're not sure what we're going to do there because nobody has the staff. Prices are expensive. Another example is we feel the cool air of our HVAC system. Our HVAC repair contractor now has an additional $35 vehicle fee. So every time they come out, there's another line item on that invoice that just says vehicle fee, and it's due to the rising cost of gas. So where are we at? We are working really hard to get some of these projects back in the queue. In construction periods 2022 and 2023, so think about that between about May, June, October, November, depending on the type of the project. We'll be completing the South North Main Street projects, the Queechee Main Street box culvert, some sidewalk projects, including if we get this grant, that if you approve applying for that grant, and likely the WABA indoor turf project. And we're also continuing to squirrel away supplies to repair and replace infrastructure, whether that's water piping, culverts, conduit, parts for vehicles that we know have been in short supply. We have a number of projects that have been designed. So again, that's those engineering drawings, but not funded, that we're looking at funding opportunities for. Nut Lane needs a better water main. Theirs is too small and very elderly. Sorry for everyone who lives on Nut Lane. The Queechee Main Street water line redundancy. So we need to make sure that in a worst case scenario, we have more than one way to get water out towards that part of town. And we have a number of other water mains that are aging. All of these have been on the radar of boards and staff for a number of years, and we just haven't been able to get the green light and get those moving forward. Many thanks to Chris Halsworth down at Public Works. He continues to bring these issues up and have conversations with our contractors on if they're still interested in working with us. Another thing that we all need to consider is that we have all of this state and federal funding. The state legislature just closed their session. VLCT just offered up their legislative update for the end. Many, many thanks to Dana Clausen, our environmental sustainability coordinator. He's been with us for less than a year now. One of the first things he did was just do a walkthrough of most departments, all the departments, and everything he could get his hands on. And we've identified through that work 2 additional projects that he believes will be eligible for some sort of funding. And we're gearing up to be in a strong position to apply for that funding. The first is to improve the insulation and ventilation of the Bugby Senior Center. We think that that's a good contender for outside funding, and that it is a congregant senior center that's open to the public and provides resources for them. The second item that he identified is the Department of Public Works HVAC system, which is an oil boiler and it's nearing the end of its useful life. So we're working on identifying what a new HVAC system would look like and how we could tailor that to available funding. We're not sure how that one's going to play out because that is not a congregate public setting. That is essentially a private building and funding. The Department of Public Works Administrative Building. Funding tends to go towards places where people gather for social services or social reasons. And a quick update, this shows the issue of the problem. In May, we closed the RFP process for restoring Gate Street to a modern one-way street. We received only 1 bid for engineering, and we're hoping to bring forth a separate item, but because we only got 1 bid, it goes through a much more rigorous evaluation process because we don't have anything to compare it to. And normally our RFP process compares the bids. All right, so in the end, there's significant uncertainty across the public sector, not just us, not just Vermont, not just New England, on opening new major construction projects because of the lack of labor, the lack of supplies, and the skyrocketing costs. Previous inflation events took 18 months to 2 years to clear up, and we could see some more painful things as the Fed raises interest rates. So this isn't a quick issue. This is something that happened to us in 2007 through 2009, and again in the early 80s. For all you history buffs, there's some good Wikipedia pages on those. So that's where we're coming at. I represent the staff in saying that's where we're coming from today. We hesitate to purchase items that are 50, 60, 70% above what we thought the cost was going to be even 6 or 8 months ago. Really, I look at the invasion of the Ukraine as kind of a turning point of when we really saw inflation start to jump through, and that was late February. Because we know that the funding that we do have won't get us as far as it did in previous years. We're still taking care of business. We get a little nervous at times. So therefore, it's our recommendation that the board focused on the operating budget and the capital improvement budget to funding reserve funds for ongoing departmental equipment that would allow us the flexibility to purchase items when we find them at a fair price and we find them that they're available. And we also recommend that we, as the town, you, me, staff, focus on projects that are ongoing or new projects that have dedicated funding to better weather the continuing storm of supply and labor issues. So again, it's kind of a downer of a memo. I want to reiterate that those of us who were in local government in the previous Great Recession. Oh, I didn't say the R word. I'm so sorry. We don't know if this is going to turn into a recession at this point. It's not looking good though. This was a difficult time to be in local government. We really need to possibly hold our hands a little tighter on big ambitious projects because we don't know what the next 2 years are going to bring in terms of labor and supply shortages.
Okay, thank you, Tracy, for that thorough and depressing overview. Are there questions or comments from the board for Tracy? Anything on this? See half a hand over Kim?
Wants to go first?
No, looks like you're the taker here.
Megan, sorry. Do you know if ARPA funds would be able to go into reserve funds for specific projects? We can discuss that on the 28th, I guess.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say that I'm leaning towards, I want to say, I'm not sure, but I'm leaning towards possibly no, because the intent of ARPA was for us to push money out into the community, not keep it. But I can double check.
From Gail as well on for finance.
Yeah,
But I
thank you.
reserve things, okay. And interesting, because like, and granted, it does look like this $8.1 million state budget is gonna have a lot of money for municipalities and for climate initiatives and for infrastructure and for water. So those would probably, whatever we could be eligible. I guess what I'm, the overarching point, if it is such a thing, is that what I'd hate to have happen is if we don't have projects targeted that we can put money toward, even though we're in the middle of a labor shortage and supply shortage. So if we can't do them, how can we allocate these infrastructure funds, the ARPA funds, to projects that are capital improvements that we want to do? For example, like, I mean, I'm going to continue to champion for the transfer station solid waste kind of remediation with some ARPA funds. What if we can't activate a project, can we still put these funds toward it?
It feels very much like a catch-22, right? We've been given this amazing amount of money, and we know that the state is coming down for a lot of these things, for combined sewer outflows, wastewater, energy improvements, but you know, the prices are rising, the things aren't there, the people aren't there. And it feels very conflicting. And I think when, you know, staff and I meet, it's headache inducing. You know, how do we do both these things? My silver lining to this is that we have to obligate the funds for ARPA by December 31st, 2024. Knock wood, we're in slightly of a better place. I don't know, it's been 2.5 years. And we have to expend them by December 31st, 2026. But, you know, so I think too, while you can't put it into reserves, there are a number of options of things that we could do to free up the board's ability to put other funds into reserve. So you couldn't earmark ARPA for a reserve, but you could use ARPA for other things in order to sock away some of the tax revenue funding into reserve funds. So that might be a way, as you all do this work over the next couple, as you're driving and you're thinking over the next couple weeks, hopefully, or walking, I guess, at gas is at $5 a gallon. Think about maybe if that's a way that we can have a path forward to be able to release this funding into the community, but also know that we might have some lags as we can't get a truck or whatever.
Like, for example, if we decided as a town that we want to use ARPA funds for the Gate Street repair, but we can't even get a contractor, we can't get bids enough to do it, then how do we do it? How do we use ARPA funds for that? And I wonder if, so those just kind of the sustainability coordinators recommendations for the Bugby improvements and BW, those aren't, we're not adding those to the current CIP. Those are just conceptual, like later, can we add them?
We could add them because they do have the possibility of dedicated funding. I'd say that it's probably prudent for us to say, you know, if there's dedicated funding, if we can find a place where some or all of those costs are borne by the state funding that's coming down.
So I think that some of these say like what the funding source is, like the TIF projects and things like that. So I guess my point is, I don't think there's any harm in adding to this capital improvement plan with the understanding that we may not be checking stuff off as quickly as we would like, but adding to it at least gets it on the list. And then if we do have funding, I mean, being on this list is symbolic in a way, but it is also
this is your board's last will and testament, and that, you know, it carries on for a number of years.
I do have two other more specific questions relating to the existing CIP, can I just go to those? That, like, in both the police and fire and the narrative sections, there's a couple of, like, there's the training storage space that they would share presumably.
Mhm.
Are those $1 million amounts each, or that's the shared amount?
That was the shared amount when they
Shared,
wrote it.
yeah.
Again, I would not want to
So
make
it
a
might
bet.
be double 1 million, but it's might not be double 2 million.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
However, there's that text box, as we've had a conversation about, space needs and the age of that building. So, there needs to be a bigger conversation about renovating that building versus a new building in that, either in that spot or in a different location, because it is pretty old. Anybody who's been in there recently can see that.
Well, we just heard from our chair of the Historic Preservation Commission that demolition isn't his favorite. Another thing I think, which maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but one thing that I feel like has been on the wish list for many years, but I don't think it's on the CIP, is the mapping of all the water lines in town, which I know is a massive project, but I feel like that if that is ever going to happen, it will be with these funds that are these one-time funds that we might have access to. So does that ring a bell, this project?
It does, and I think that it's worthwhile to see if that is something that is available. We have multiple staff, notably Dana Clausen and Chris Halsworth, who are keeping track of kind of what in the town could possibly have outside funding. So I might lob this one at both of them and ask them to take a look.
Would that, I mean, like, do you think that would qualify for a capital project, doing the mapping of all the town's water lines?
I think that we could consider it a capital project. It's a little bit
It's not
outside because it's not a
an-
durable good. It's not something you can hold
Right.
in your hand. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have for the moment, but I don't know if Gail's here for another topic, but would it be possible to request, see if the finance director has any advice for the board relating to the capital improvement plan?
If Gail feels like if she has anything to share with us, please.
Yeah, if you
come up
don't,
to the
that's
microphone
fine,
and let
but
us
if
know.
there's anything that you feel like we would benefit from knowing, I would love to hear about it. Yeah.
It's fine if they want you to talk, but I totally understand that,
Yeah, I'd
it
say-
can be a little awkward. This is why most of them hide on YouTube.
Sorry.
Gil, if there's anything you think we should know at this point, you're free to let us know. But that's up to you. You don't have to speak to us if you don't want to. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
I mean, I think that I asked that not because Tracy, I don't think that you have the capacity to do this. We are, as a whole, a fairly inexperienced board. I mean, I think just Gil has more experience with this particular capital improvement plan than any of us in the room. So if you have any insight, I'd love to hear about it.
Thank you, Gil.
Welcome. So Gail Ostrow, for those that are at home, I'm the finance director here. So Tracy did a great job putting together the information that she put in your packet. Things to keep in mind is you should be having a whiteboard discussion to talk about your capital improvement plan and make sure that it goes along with the town plan, which Tracy touched on in her presentation. You have the climate action. Those are all pieces that you really need to take into consideration. There are many items on there that may have changed. The scope of them may have changed, and you may either be able to put them together or take them apart. There is multiple different funding sources that you could utilize. The mapping project was something that the town tried doing, and it fell apart. So definitely, I know that's a high priority for the Public Works Department. If that could be put back in there, that would be amazing. You're going to have an issue with the services though, finding somebody to do it. And that was the issue that we had before, is it kind of fell apart because we had somebody and then they went away. We actually received funding from the state revolving water and wastewater fund. And we had a really great deal with them, and they were going to do 50% forgiveness on that project, and it just kind of went away. So we did have some of the work done. I can't speak to detail because that's kind of out of my scope of work. But I think that that would be great to get it back on there. And then as far as the ARPA funding goes, Tracy touched on it, that there are other ways that you will be in compliance, that you could get projects done that would free up the ARPA dollars for later on. And that means there may be some projects that are currently sitting in the current general fund budget that's being paid for by tax dollars that you could use ARPA funds to execute now, which then would free up tax dollars that you potentially could deposit into reserve accounts that would help you fund other capital projects. See,
Just for that specifically, you mentioned this, so does that mean, can we kind of reallocate general fund amounts? Like, I guess my understanding was that we could either encumber them for the projects they're meant for, or they go into the unassigned fund. So I guess, would it go like to the unassigned fund and then we could allocate money from there to the reserve accounts? Or can it go, am I getting too minutia about this?
You certainly could do it either way.
Okay.
I would have my recommend, if you wanted to go one of those routes, if you wanted to do that, I would like to have a bigger discussion about it. But you certainly have the flexibility of doing that, as long as you're within compliance of executing using the ARPA dollars for current projects that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all have glossy eyes when we think of the $8.1 million that's out there for the state. But Vermont has 251 towns. Granted, they're not all large communities or incorporated towns. But if you split that money up, just say evenly across the towns, you're looking at 32.2K.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8.1 billion. Did I say
Billion. You said million.
I apologize, it's billion. And that's the whole state budget. That's not just, that's the entire state.
So we don't know how much is going to be distributed to
No,
towns.
I mean, it basically says there will be like, 18 million for water infrastructure throughout the whole state. And there will be like $43 million for climate initiatives throughout the state. But I don't know any specific programs yet for that.
So we really have no idea what's coming our way, but we
We
do know.
for ARPA. We know for ARPA.
We know what we have, but we don't know what we're going to get because we don't know if we're going to be granted those ARPA funds.
I think we have the ARPA funds. We're waiting to see what
We
the
had- no,
state funding.
Can I,
Right, we
can I
have-
provide some clarity?
I understand.
So we got a direct disbursement of $2.8 million. And the Treasury gave us that final rule that's very, very broad. The state got an additional, much larger pool of ARPA funding, and they have elected to put it into specific projects. So for example, we're going to get in the weeds a little bit, combined sewer overflow elimination and abatement. So that's that stormwater and wastewater go into the same pipes. It's not best practice anymore. They have elected to have that, a portion of their ARPA funds, state ARPA funds, go to that program. I think it was $25 million, and that would be on a grant-based opportunity. So it wouldn't be distributed equally because not everybody has sewers and not everybody has combined sewer overflow. It would be please apply for the pool of money for the CSO elimination and abatement. So that's how the state is predominantly working on these projects.
So yes, we know what we currently have in hand. Okay. So I'm not quite sure I even understand at this point now whether this discussion is about the money, the capital improvement plan for the money that we have on hand, or if this is pie in the sky, a capital improvement plan for money that we plan to get, but we haven't got because we don't know we're going to get it yet. So that's the thing that I'm still confused about, is that we're sitting on these funds. We can spend these funds. And we've had the discussion in the past about, but we don't know whether we're going to get funds for this for separate costs. Well, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. And we've got the funds and we should expend it on things we need to expend it on. And because there's no way of knowing what's coming down the path for us. I have a difficult time when we're trying to look at a crystal ball and say, we're going to make a capital improvement plan based on, we want this, that may be eligible through this, but we don't know if it's going to be eligible yet. We've got the funds now. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a better way to go about this, that there's any guarantees. There's no guarantees in life. You just stated that with the not too long ago. So I'm not sure what the best approach is to this, knowing that there's funds out there, but whether we're going to get the grant for it or not, or the funding. I mean, you have any idea, Gail, about?
So I just want to go back to again, I mean, you have a capital plan in front of you. This is your starting point. You have a lot more work to do. There are other capital items that you want to do. And you have funding available. You know what you have for money in the bank right now between your ARPA funds, you have reserve accounts, you have money that's in your general fund budget already for 2023. You need to do some work and get your capital projects. What do you want to do that go into align with what the staff are recommending, what the town plan has, what your climate action has? You really need to do your plan, and then there's what you have for funding available, and make that work again.
Based on what we have, not what we might get, correct?
Well, going back again, you may be able to reallocate what you have for tax dollars already, and you can use the ARPA funds to execute those projects now. Reallocate your money to make deposits into reserve accounts that can make the capital plan work.
So can I ask a clarifying?
We're going to be discussing the budget over a number of meetings coming up and everything. I don't know. I'm just not sure where we are right now in this discussion, but we don't,
I'd like to know what we're talking about for funds.
Well, that's what we do when we have the budget meetings, and we know what funds are available, and as time goes on.
This isn't budget, it's capital improvement.
Can I ask you a clarifying? I'm just confused. My understanding reading this was that these are things that have been budgeted for. I mean, a lot of these say completed or ongoing and do not touch the ARPA. Is that correct? This is just, the capital improvement plan is just a 5-year timeline of projects that we're taking on department by department, which we have nominally or materially budgeted for currently. Is that
I think
correct?
that we got onto ARPA because there was a question where originally, can we use ARPA funds like to fund a reserve? And it was like, no. And then Gail helpfully explained, but that might free up some other money,
So
that
CIP,
we can use. So
right.
It seems like we're getting a little off track.
So
here.
CIP is not included, is not touching the ARPA. This is all money that previous select boards and projects previous select boards have looked at, worked on with the town departments within our existing budget. Is that correct?
My only caution is that some of a good portion of these are actually not funded. So it's not like you're seeing, you're going to see a bank account with fire replacement with 1.3 million in it. So the CIP, like I said, we used to be able to cost these out. It's becoming more and more difficult. Some of these are ongoing. Some of these projects we have identified possible funding streams, but there's no bank account sitting there with the chunk of change to replace something that hasn't been engineered.
Okay.
So, for example, these are big capital projects that we have identified as a town that we want to do with, and they're on this list. And I think Gail's suggestion of a whiteboard session is really helpful. And we have done that in the past where, like, whoever the sitting board is at this time kind of looks at, we've talked about, do we want to prioritize this list? Do we not? We overthought that a couple of years ago. And I think there's some middle ground in which the current board can look at things and say, clearly we don't have funds for a parking structure or parking, but we're working toward funding the expansion of the town parking lot just to make more spaces. So these are all things, I don't want to say aspirational, but that we start to prioritize if we're going to reserve funds to be able to do big, expensive projects that are capital improvements. This is where we put it so that we can pay attention to whether they are on track or whether we haven't even started them yet. And I really like them. And frankly, I feel like I was optimistic, I think, to see how many things are currently ongoing. I mean, regardless of maybe whatever status they're in, but there's also a lot that are not started, but they've been identified over the last few years as something that we want to invest in as a town, right? So does that make it any more clear, Laney? So it's not.
No, I understand capital improvement. I understand budget.
I didn't get it. So is there a way to see which ones are funded and which ones are not? Because Does it mean if ongoing, that means it's fully funded, or does that mean we might run out of funding halfway through it?
Well, you'll see some of these are replacement items. So for example, I think one of the easiest ones to see is in the fire department. We talk about putting their self-contained breathing apparatuses. It's a reserve, a fund that we put in a specific amount every year. So that way, every few years when we need to replace the whole process, we have that money in the savings account. It's like putting $50 in an envelope every month because your car is going to break in a year and you're going to have some more change, more money in there than you do. So ongoing and on track means those are more of those revolving reserve funds where we're putting money away. We're putting less than we need total every year because at the end of that period, we have the money, we pull it out of the reserve, we buy the thing. So in terms of what's funded, if you want to, we have some that are completed, hooray. In progress, those are significantly completed. Those would be ones that are funded because if we're actually doing it, we found the funding to do it. If we haven't started it, for WABA, incorporation of dehumidification and existing cube refrigeration, there's no money tagged to that. Because it hasn't reached a priority. Because again, we don't want to put away money for something that might be 5 or 6 years down the line. If it's not a priority and we have other things that are going to take 3 or 4 years to start sitting in the queue, we want to fund those.
Lanny?
So I appreciate the staff breaking these down and adding their wording to all this, but when we had this in a spreadsheet format and we could color code these things, to me, it seemed like it was a lot easier to understand which ones were like, we want this, but we don't have any funding sources aligned for it yet. Or we're funding it right now. That was easier to understand, but we've been presented with so much here over so many pages that it seems harder to compartmentalize now, which is when I say capital improvement, I mean big ticket capital improvement that we haven't got any plans to pay for yet versus ongoing where we are including in the budget. And that's the difficult thing for me. And it'd be nice to see the two go hand in hand together. I just would really love to see something broken down into a spreadsheet format that's color coded easily to say ongoing, this is what's paid for it. This has not been paid for, but this is on the wish list kind of thing. That way, it's a lot easier to understand where we're going with the capital improvement plan. The way it was presented before with commentaries would be great.
Thanks, Lanny. Anything else, or can we move on to the fee schedule? And Ally?
Oh, I was just going to share that. Thank you, Kim, as I just saw it float into our inbox, the spreadsheet of CIP in
It's from
spreadsheet.
2020.
Oh, from 2020, so not our current.
That's the problem.
I see.
It's old.
Okay, I think we're gonna move on to the fee schedule now.
Can I just make one more quick note?
Yep.
Last one, not even finance, but just language that we're not using master plan anymore, just town plan. So in all the notes that you're referring to the master plan.
I wasn't doing a line edit on this one, but I can control F for that and
It's kind of one of those things that I'm conditioned to. Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is the FY23 fee schedule. Tracy?
all right.
Over to you.
So like I said in my memo, it's standard practice for municipalities to charge fees for certain facilities and services when those services especially benefit one group. So you don't get charged a fee for driving on a road, but if you would like services that are particular to your home or your person, municipalities charge you an additional fee. This is our standard time of year that we do this. So you have the attached fiscal year 23 fee schedule that identifies the services that we charge a fee for. It has the historic rates and the proposed rate. Since last year, we've examined the fee schedule in fire, police, planning and zoning, parks and rec, as well as other non-departmental specific fees. We wanted them to be more in line with the cost of providing services. We are doing a one-year pilot program project of increasing ambulance service fees to be more in line with the regional partners, but we did have concerns that this could have an unintended consequence of increasing our amount of uncollectible ambulance debt. If we find this is the case, the fire chief and I will reevaluate that increase and possibly reverse it for fiscal year 24. In addition, in December, we did not anticipate needing a water rate increase, but with operational costs increasing dramatically, we've proposed this is 5% increase. We're gonna come back to that. But overall, there were increases to fees in many areas of the town, and we've highlighted them in blue. I want to talk a little bit more about the water increase. Many thanks to the staff who went into MuniSmart and found out that we don't know where the error came from, but the wastewater usage fee unmetered for Hartford, White River Junction, and Wilder wastewater was never changed in fiscal year 21 or fiscal year 22. So if you want to scroll on down and look at that with me, so that way we can all be in the same place. We had in 2020 charged someone $534.57 to have a wastewater usage fee in those villages as an unmetered usage fee. In fiscal year 21, the board approved raising it 1% to about $539. That change was not made in MuniSmart. People were still paying the $534. Again, in fiscal year 22, the board and the town manager approved the change of a 6% increase to $572.32. Thank you to the due diligence of the staff. We noticed that change was not made as well. People are still paying $534.57 for their wastewater. So a clerical error, but it does mean that in your attachment in your packet, we propose a 5% rate to $600.94. I just want to state, for me, it feels inauthentic to raise it to that, in that we would be actually raising it from $534 to $600. It's more like a 12% increase. Would love to have a discussion with you about smoothing that over the next couple of years, so it's not too big of a push for people, because I feel like that's another $70. And it was a clerical error internally. And who notices how much they're paying for their wastewater? You probably just pay it like I do.
Are you asking us during this, is this an opportunity where we could propose a different number, or?
Yeah, I have a 6% increase over the $534 amount, and that comes out to $566.64. So that kind of splits the difference.
Okay. And we can make a motion on that at some point. Is there more you want to review on that?
No, I'm here for questions. And traditionally, there is that motion, and I think I have a recommended motion for you at the bottom of the agenda memo that allows us to do this work.
Questions or comments? Rocket?
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, so the wastewater usage fee being unmetered, doesn't a policy like this sort of just implicitly favor people with bigger houses or higher water usage?
What this reflects is our infrastructure. We don't have the ability in many locations to meter it. So we have to provide a flat rate to whatever that location is. For example, we have places in Queechee that, we can't even turn off one person's water or sewer because they're on a main line with other houses. So that it reflects the infrastructure of the town. I definitely hear you that it does have a disparate, unequitable effect. But I think that great infrastructure move we'd have to do to meter everyone would be substantial, and quite possibly, knowing the geography, impossible.
Sure. Yeah. So just from an equity standpoint, though, I mean, people who have lower water use, it's kind of an averaged out price, right? So people with lower water usages are kind of paying more than they might, and people with higher water usages are paying lower. Okay.
Lady, do we have an idea of how many residences there are in the town that have actual wastewater that discharges to our system that does not have metered incoming water?
So people who have sewer only?
Right. Exactly.
I would not have that information on the top of my head. That would be something for our Public Works Department.
I'm just curious how much the impact is across the board as far as the numbers go. If you could get that number, get it out the board, it'd be interesting to see what the breakdown is across the town.
Are you curious just for Hartford, White River Junction and Wilder due to the clerical error, or would you like to
No.
also know Queechee?
Queechee as well. Queechee is the area I think is the biggest concern because Queechee would be the area where there's more sewer and not public water. I know there's quite a few wells that have been drilled, private wells, but people have tapped into the town septic. I would love that opportunity myself, but don't have that. So
Why would you want that? I'm not sure.
because
I don't understand. What-
because I'd like to know how many the water usage fee for the unmetered is, because we have no way of knowing how much people are using for water. Wastewater is generally based on how much water you're using.
Right.
Is what the fee is, the wastewater fee. But we have no way of knowing that on private residences that have wells. So it'd be interesting to know based on, I'd like to know based on the size of the house, like on the grand list of the value of the house, what the cost difference is. Be nice to know that if we're actually being equitable in all of our costs across the board. If you've got a say I don't know, a 500 or like a $2 million house in Queechee, and you have your private water, but you're into the town sewer. All right. You're paying a certain amount for that. And then if a person has a $200,000 house, they're paying a certain amount on that as well. I just like to know what the difference breakdown is between the two. If they're both using public sewer and not using town water.
Lanny, I think we could get
Equity.
you the number of accounts. I don't think that we could necessarily cross-reference that with size of the.
If you
the
just give me the number
structure.
of accounts, it'd be interesting to
Okay.
know how many people are impacted by this.
I could do
That would
how
be
many
interesting.
accounts are impacted.
How many
Okay,
accounts are
Okay,
impacted?
again,
Just how many are impacted, not
okay.
dollars amounts, but it'd be nice to have the number of accounts.
Moving to a different topic, Tracy, I have a question. On the Parks and Recreation, the municipal, the public skating, are these income sensitive? Or are they just sort of flat fee for, or are they preferential? Oh, I see, residents, non-residents. Are they income sensitive?
I believe that you can get waivers and discounts and things, and that would be part of the Brian Hansen Scholarship Fund. I'm gonna say I seriously doubt that they turn away anybody who is short a few dollars, and they have a lot of opportunities for folks who want to take advantage of WABA.
Thank you.
Kim, and Dan?
Go ahead. We had an email about the dispatch services. Should those not be on this document?
Kim asked me about some of the dispatch services for police that haven't been updated because we're still working on those. You know, in my reading of what a fee schedule is, those aren't necessarily a perfect fit in that you can't come in and say, I'd like dispatch service. We have a contract to provide that service with another municipality. You know, I'm fine to give it a shot next year to pull those off of the fee schedule and include those into something like a citywide contract matrix that we just do internally. But it is an interesting local government municipality theological discussion, and that those are.
We can leave it in there.
We can leave it in here, and if you all are, you know, interested next year, we'll take them off, and because they're not necessarily a direct fee to service from a resident or a non-resident individual or property.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the fee schedule as presented with the caveat of increasing the wastewater to decreasing it to, well, I was gonna say that we increase the fee 6% this year. Can we do that as you recommended?
Can you say decrease and have the money amount? If Kim-
Decrease with 566.64. Thank you, Kim.
I'll second that.
Sally will second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. All right, we got a break. Let's be back here at 8:25. I do. I love it. a lot from both sides on this issue. But I think we're going to start by, we were given a memo by Matt Osborne and Tom Call, and we're going to start. So, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I provide staff support to the Conservation Commission, have been working with the Conservation Commission on helping manage the town forest going back to the late 90s. I'm here with Conservation Commission Chair Tom Hale, and remotely participating remotely is County Forester AJ Folensby, and he'll be able to answer technical questions. Let's see. So the 423 acre town forest, it originally served as the town's drinking water from about 1900 to the 1950s, and then was phased out with the development of the Wilder Well. The town forest is accessible via Route 4 to Center Town Road, to Kings Highway, to Reservoir Road. It's a circuitous route, and we recently put up directional signs to help people get there because it is such a challenging place to find. The 142 acre Hurricane Forest Wildlife Refuge is located immediately adjacent to the Hartford Town Forest. And that was gifted to the town in the early 70s by Windsor and Bertha Brown. And that property is accessible off of Route 5, much easier. Route 5 right by the I-89 overpass, and go up Wright's Reservoir Road. That property is managed by the Parks and Rec Department.
Something here. How do you advance it back?
So I'm trying to.
Hit the space bar.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Okay, since the late 1990s, the Conservation Commission has been managing the town forest. The first major project was updating the 1984 forest management plan. So the first forest management plan was completed in 1984, and then it was updated in 1998. And two small selective cut timber harvests were completed in the southwest section of the town forest in 2005 and again in 2008. The forest management plan was updated again in 2011 and also in 2020. And that was adopted by the select board in November of 2020. So the Conservation Commission, they developed the first recreation management plan in 2002, and that was a pretty involved year-long public process. And we had a steering committee and worked through and came up with the first rules for recreation in the town forest. An amphibian inventory and a bird habitat assessment were done in 2010, and a wildlife and bat habitat assessment was done in 2011. And then in 2018, Hartford was one of 10 towns that participated in the Vermont Town Forest Recreation Project. That involved an extensive public outreach process. And the Conservation Commission in the fall of 2021, they updated the 2002 Recreation Management Plan with the 2018 Town Forest Recreation Project as an addendum. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Kale.
Did you advance it? So here are the four primary priorities that the Conservation Commission uses as we manage the town forest. These were confirmed in 2018 when we did the update to the recreational study. The consultant did a survey of participants, and the ecological functions and habitat was rated as the highest priority. Recreation was really neck and neck. They were essentially pretty equal. A little bit down in priority was education and demonstration, and then forest products was rated about half the priority of the ecological functions. So as you can see, these four are pretty diverse, and sometimes there's a lot of conflicting, have a lot of conflicts between these different priorities. So the object and the purpose of the Conservation Commission is that we want to balance the ecological needs with the recreational demands in the town forest. So that's for the symbol of the scales there. Our mantra has been that we consider this a town forest. It's not a wilderness area, and we don't want it to become a park. So we strive to balance those competing needs in the best way to meet them. Next, so why is the Conservation Commission have a forest management plan that includes a timber harvest? Well, these are our goals that we set in 2019, and we presented to the Select Board in May of 2020 when we began the process of updating the management plan. So the highest priority is to increase the diversity in the town forest as far as the tree species, size, et cetera. And the reason for this is one, a more diverse habitat in the town forest will improve wildlife, give it different ages for different wildlife. Carbon sequestration and storage. This was the first management plan where that was included in the Hartford Town Forest Management Plan. And that's become an important priority for the commission as well as for society in general. And the third is resilience. Climate change is upon us now. We have disease. We have some trees that have white pine, needle rot, and red rust. So these are problems that we're facing right now, and a more resilient, diversified forest will be able to adapt to these changes. The second purpose or goal was education, was to demonstrate sustainable forestry and how it can be done and how it can help the town. And the third and last was income. We would like to make a little bit of money, and if we do, we would solicit the Select Board that money would go into conservation work in the town of Hartford. So diversity.
Back up a second, sorry. Just back up a second.
Sure.
Your arrow buttons. Go back up one slide. Do we?
How do you,
It's linked in the
you know how
memo.
to
If
do
you want
that?
to follow along.
Okay, I didn't see that. All right, never mind. I guess we got it.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
guys can take it. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Diversity. This section of the forest that we're going to be talking about, it's 42 acres out of the 423 acres. This is an even age forest. For instance, 83% of the trees in this 42 acres are between 6 and 16 inches in diameter. So conversely, we only have 3.1% of the trees are between 24 and 40 inches in diameter. So we have a few small trees. We have a lot of sort of later teenage, early 20s type of age. And so, that's what we're trying to improve. The structure relates to on this section of the woods, okay, that you want to have some trees, we want to have some high canopy, some middle canopy, and low canopy to give habitat for different kinds of birds and other animals. So, that's what we're looking for, trying to get a diverse habitat for wildlife. Next slide. But a forest is more than just trees. You have the underground, the mycelia, the tree mycelia in the ground, the roots, and a diverse forest with the diverse species and structures and stuff will be able to regenerate and be a healthier forest. It's carbon sequestration and storage. This is a chart right here. Let me get this thing to work here. Okay, so on the inside, it's a clock. And these are the age of trees as you get older. 0 at 12 o'clock, 100 at 6 o'clock, and then it gets older. So the green is carbon sequestration. Now, sequestration is the ability of the tree to pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So you can see in this that trees that are not very responsive, when you get to sort of, I guess, the later teenage years, when they get more vigorous, it has a higher rate of sequestration. On the other hand, big old trees, which is the outer ring, the dark ring, as they get older, they store more carbon. So that's why in our plan, the largest trees, the trees between 30 and 40 inches, which is 1%, we're not going to do any cutting on those trees. The sort of the group below them, the 24 to 28 inch trees, we're doing just very selective cutting, mostly for trees that show examples of disease and the like, where we're cutting those trees will release the other trees to grow healthier. And most of our cutting is down in the 8 to 10 inch, which are the trees in this area, kind of a little bit past the pole tree, kind of in this area right here. And the object of that is to thin out those trees that are naturally going to degrade anyways because they crowd themselves out to allow for more growth. It talks over there, grow vigorous middle-aged trees. It also should be noted that wood products store carbon. So, houses and any kind of wood product is such as the podium up there. That's wood that's carbon that's being stored. Sustainable forestry, as we just mentioned, we all use wood. Most of our houses are made from wood. Furniture is made from wood. It's in this room. Paper comes from trees, from wood. So it's not a matter of if we're going to use wood. It's a matter of where we get the wood that we use. Do we want that wood to come from a sustainable harvest? This happens more likely in Vermont than other places, or from a big corporate clear cut that's on the west coast of Canada or Brazil. So those are and local. Obviously a benefit of sustainable, a local benefit are listed up there. Another important part of this is the carbon emissions from other materials. So if we don't make things out of wood, we can make them out of concrete or steel or metal if it's a construction. We can make it out of plastic, but all of those materials have a higher carbon footprint than wood. Wood, you're basically emitting carbon to cut it and to transport it. These other materials are much more, by factors of 400 to 600 times more carbon intensive. So using wood is a sustainable way for these. Using wood for these long-term purposes is a sustainable way for us to live on our planet. If I put that. The last comment up there is sort of an example that we've done for this, for the use of local sustainable wood. We're going to cut about 1,200 board feet of hemlock. It'll be cut it'll be donated from the town, cut at cost at Wright Sawmill on Route 5 and used as planking for those decks, the ramps that cover uses. They typically, it should be enough wood to build the planking for 5 ramps that are usually built for older and lower income people in the town. So we felt it's a good demonstration of a local resource used by local people. Okay, next slide. One of the important parts of this project is to use as an example for sustainable forestry. Most of the 93% of the land in Hartford is privately owned, and most of the forest land is privately owned. Very little for the town. So how these private landowners work on their land is critical, important. A private landowner determines does he or she Do they want to clear cut if they decide to do a logging operation? Do they want to do a selective cut, which is in our plan? And that selective cut can be aggressive or not so aggressive. Or now with the changes in the law, they'll be able to, if they're on current use, be able to not do any cutting and still have that allowed in current use. But we've come up with a plan that we'll describe in a few minutes that is very sustainable. In fact, it's been described by a critic of logging as an exemplary plan just 2 weeks ago. So being able for the county forester to be able to go out and have this 42 acres that he can show these landowners, this is an example, hands-on example of sustainable forestry that you can, you don't have to clear cut. You can do this. You can still make a little bit of money. You're not going to make as much money as if you aggressively cut and go for the max, which is what we've had examples given to us in the last few months. Some owners have had that happen to them unknowingly because they're unfamiliar. But this would be, AJ has said, his office is close by and he can go. So it's 22,000 acres roughly of forest land in Hartford. So 1% is 220 acres. So if we can take this 42 acres and influence, just a few percentage of the total landowners, we could have a much more significant effect on the use of forest practices in the town of Hartford than another example of this demonstration is the Hartford Area Career and Technical Center. That's a picture with, that's AJ Founsby, the county forester on the left. He's with this is last fall. He was with the class, the natural resources class. They've done some work out there already with us, and they're gonna work on this further part of this project. So it's training for them. Sensitive area. So this right here is a map of the town forest right here, the 432 acres. And the part that we're talking about for the proposed timber harvest is 42 acres that goes along this. This is Reservoir Road right here coming down. So it's along this section right here, and then another section over in this part over there. There's going to be no timber harvest south of the parking lot, parking lot is right there. Down here is sections 1 and 2 that were the sites of the 2005 and 2008 timber harvest, which Matt mentioned a few minutes ago. So on this proposed 42 acres, there's approximately 1,800 trees that will be harvested. And this sounds like a lot of trees, but these 42 acres has about over 8,000 trees in it. So we're talking about less than 25% of the total trees harvested. And this is 1/10 of the whole total town forest, which is 432 acres. So if you take 1/10 of that, those are like 2 or 3%. There's some open areas, but you could legitimately say that 95, 96% of the existing trees in the town forest are not going to be harvested. So this is not a large commercial clear cut like you might see in other areas. This is a small selective harvest that we're doing for this project. The important part is the sensitive and reserve areas that you can note up here. For instance, we have wetlands right here. It's a picture. This is this wetlands down in the south end. There's over riparian zones. And I think, so there's been 100 acres that our forester has determined these are important natural characteristics and they shouldn't be timber harvested. So these in our plan, these 100 acres, which is almost a quarter of the total town forest, will not be harvested. And if you add that to the 142 in the wildlife refuge, you come up with about 43% of the total land is preserved and not to be harvested. Okay. This is Yeah, Rocket.
Sure, in the process of harvesting, is it true they're going to be cutting roads? We've heard some comment. about-
Yeah, good question. We'll get to that in a few
Yeah, we
minutes.
can
when
maybe hold
we
the
talk about
questions
them.
till after the presentation. That would be helpful.
Excuse me.
Whatever. This is a blow up. On the right here, you have the area, the green areas are the proposed harvest areas. The new road that's there, Rocket, is this green line. That's a new skid road. On the left, you see made to about the same scale, the sensitive areas that were on the previous slide. So you can see how one is the mirror image of the other. You can see how the forester has determined the harvesting area in green. It kind of wraps around the sensitive areas, and that's how determine the areas to do the harvesting. Provisions to limit the harvest was done to mitigate the effect. It's done in late winter. That's to reduce the forest disturbance on frozen ground, on top of snow. It's also the period of least public use in the town forest. Logging hours are just to minimize disruptions to neighbors. Some trails will be temporarily closed, but the whole southern end will be open, and we're allowing access to that. Cut to length, that means that the trees are, where they're felled, where the trees are cut, that they're limbed right there, and then the slash will be left on site at where the tree was for a number of reasons, for environmental reasons mostly. And then the whole log carried up and carried on. We have a picture of the machine that does that. The other provision, some of the other provisions that we have, the forester will determine what trails are used to minimize damage. The landing areas will be cleaned up afterwards. After the logging is complete, though, even though the logger is required to remove all the major stuff, there still will be some hand work that needs to be done to open those trails. But the commission, the HACTC has agreed to help us out and with volunteers. We're confident we can get the trails back to full bore by the end of May, early June. Since there were some questions that came up about the timber harvest last fall, we had some public outreach meetings. And these are some of the three changes, major changes that we have made to the plan since the public outreach meeting, the first one in January 31st. So the first one is log landings. We had originally proposed to keep the parking lot open for access to the southern part of the town forest. And we had a turnaround in here in the southern part with a little new landing down here. And then during the meeting, some residents, including people live right by the town forest, said, well, to minimize the disruption, why don't you just use the existing parking lot, which was a log landing for the previous ones. You won't have to cut any more trees to make a truck turn around. You can use the existing land, the north landing that's up here. It has just two very small trees in it, and there'll be less disruption. In fact, there's Anna Shaw in the audience, was one of the people who made that comment at that meeting. So the commission said, sure, that makes a lot of sense. So we changed it to that. The second thing was a concern that this trail, the new skid road, Rocket, that you were talking about, that that's going to be a wide trail, and it's not going to be a very good. So the reason the Moose Brook Trail goes along this edge right here, and the Moose Brook Trail has like 4 wet crossings, and it's steep and up and down. It has a lot of mud. It's a hard trail to manage, and so this woods road up here is much better, much drier. It's on high land. So anyway, the bottom line is we decided, sure, as we get towards the end of logging, we will work with this trails working group that we've been working with for the last 3 years. We look at both and decide which one's going to become the permanent trail and which one's going to become, will be just abandoned and restored. So, and the last item is the 4-acre patch cut. That was an area that was over, let me get this. Okay. Well, it was over in this, this area right there. So the rationale for the 4-acre patch cut was to, it was based on a consultant's report from 2011, and it was that we needed to have more early successional habitat, more open area for diversity of wildlife. This winter, the commission started going through these reports because we're compiling an integrated forest management plan that includes all these old reports. And we went through this report. It was our homework in February. And at the March meeting, Ted Levin, who joined the commission in January, came to the meeting. A lot of you folks probably know Ted. He's a pretty well-respected naturalist. And he said, well, that's crazy that you have a lot of, it's not really early successional habitat, but there's open areas. You have the fields along Kings Highway, you have the fields by Wright Farm. We have enough early successional habitat, so, or open habitat for wildlife. He lives on Kings Highway, so he's when he walks his dog, he sees the birds every morning. So the commission said, well, yeah, if we don't have a rationale for it, if we were gonna make this harvest a commercial harvest, we might still want to do a patch cut because you know that the wood in that, the trees in that area are degrading and you want to make more. But recreation is a much more important priority for the town forest, as we mentioned in that first slide. So since recreation is a higher priority, we said we'll eliminate the patch cut. And my final slide is talking about the logging operations. Just to reiterate, we're on frozen ground. That picture in the upper right is a forwarder where the logs, after they've been limbed by the weather fell, they're loaded on and trucked out rather than drug out with a skidder that disrupts the soil and the micro, the mycology of the woods, as well as ruts and the like. In the slash left, so that we said leaving the slash should be left. It will look unsightly, but it's left for carbon retention, wildlife habitat, and try to lower some of the deer browsing to come in and eat all the young shoots. We want to give them a chance to grow. Thank you.
So this will be an opportunity for the select board to ask some questions of Matt and Tom before we hear the public input.
Just say one thing before you start talking amongst yourselves or asking questions, because this is one side of the story, and then there's a whole other side of the story. They got 50 minutes for their side of the story.
That's what public comment will be.
Right. Well, not really. I mean,
Yeah, I thought the plan was, we might have some questions of board to address to Matt and Tom right now, then we'll open it up for everyone to
go
comment.
through their slides point by point and show our disagreements or dispute things. So
that's what public comment.
Yeah, I think just to keep it orderly, there's going to be a public comment, but after just hearing the presentation.
For old growth forest should get people time to log it.
Okay, well, we can take that up. But they are, this is coming to us as part of the planning department. They come to us for this and the public comments, and the public can disagree and may sway the board. But this bringing an agenda item to us, having a presentation for us is generally something that happens from various departments and commissions.
Yeah, I understand that. So there's a whole another, we can do that in public comments.
Sir, I feel like you're a little bit out of line, to be honest.
All right, well,
It's not that we don't want to hear you, we absolutely do, but the chair of the board has asked us to open questions as we do for every item that comes in.
Well, I'm just worried that
you're usurping this moment to push your message, which we're happy to hear, but you're sort of disrespecting the process.
I'm sorry about that.
Any questions for Matt or Tom before we get public comment? Kim?
Or Matt, could one of you just clarify the source of the 4 priorities you mentioned in the early slide, that ecological functions and habitat, recreation, educational and demonstration, and forest product? Was that part of when the town forest plan was updated? Like, what's the source of those priorities?
So that was, were you on the board? I think you were in January of 2000. And I have a hard copy of that. So
Yes, well, and
that was in the recreational plan. That's an appendix to the recreational plan that you guys approved last. Oh, okay. Sorry. So it's the study that was done in 2018 by the consultant. There's a printed copy of that one particular page, that shows the bars. It shows the survey. How the survey was done was there were posters of various issues set across the hall in room 2, and then people could put these green dots on. For instance, on this was
so it's
strongly approved, less
result of a
approved.
community outreach.
Yes.
Okay, I guess that's what I was asking.
And the consultant compiled that and came up with this list right
Okay.
here, the bar chart.
Does that show like how much participation there was?
No, there's like about 50, that question came up with the, I think when we presented to the climate action steering team, I think about 50 people.
Okay.
It came up with that roughly put stickers on.
So in theory, these priorities may have evolved since this time in some.
Yeah,
but
it don't be the same. I mean, that was
2018.
Yeah.
January of 2018.
Okay, and then my only other question is, so I asked about the contract, so there's not a contract yet. Right now, there's just a proposal or a bid for the work, and there's the stipulations or the specifications in the RFP. Would there be a contract with the logger?
Yes.
That would,
We would develop a contract with the logger if approved.
and does that contract come back to us or does it need to? Doesn't have to. So it would be sort of expected that the contract would be in compliance with your RFP request, right? So
Yes.
I guess what I'm saying is that it would be helpful to have some reassurances of the things that you're telling us now, which were not really included in the proposal from the bid from the logger. What you're telling us in this presentation of that the slash will be left, that only this percentage of trees, this number of trees will be pulled, 1,800, that those are things that the commission would hold the logger accountable for.
Yes.
Is that reasonable?
And staff would as well, because if you approve this tonight, then you would charge us with ensuring that we have a proper process through the purchasing process, and that we do what we normally do, which is work through a contract and make sure that we execute on that contract appropriately.
Great. So basically, like, we would be approving the staff and conservation commission to, it's just, the motion is just to schedule it, but to follow through with all the description you just gave us of how it would potentially play out. Okay, thanks. That's all I got.
Yeah, do you have any breakdown by chance of the species of trees that you're planning on harvesting?
AJ, can you speak? AJ is the forester, and he's on, he lives in Bradford, so he's on remotely. AJ would know that detail, and that's John. John Boughton is on the commission. I don't know if.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, so the exact percentages I can get you, I would say the majority of what is being cut is probably is it's white pine, oak, and red maple. Is the majority of the species being cut. Volume wise, the majority of the volume, saw log volume, is coming from the white pine, secondarily the red pine, and then red maple. That's the basic. I don't have exact numbers for that, but that's something I can definitely provide.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Oh, did you mean red oak?
Did I say?
Red pine.
Sorry, I said yeah, red oak is what I mean. I didn't mean red pine. Sorry.
so in all those you just said, I didn't hear hemlock mentioned. So where is this hemlock coming from that you're planning on using for the cover to go down a right sawmill? Where's that coming out of this at?
That is coming out of the timber sale. That's coming out of the south.
I can show you. Do you want to see where on the map it is, Lanny?
Yeah, it'd
We
be
can show
interesting to
you,
see
yeah,
where we're
go
talking about
back to
these
where the map
large
is.
percentages of the hemlock is.
There's very little hemlock. He had a hard time finding hemlock. There's
Okay,
not much out
so-
there. But we can show you where on the map it is.
So
we can get the
hemlock is a lumber that's used for building materials. The rest of it's pine that is used, but oak and maple are hardwoods, difference between hardwoods and softwoods. So my question here is that I can't take credit for this. It's been mentioned before, but usually forests find a way to live and sustain on their own without going in and doing a lot of cutting in the forest. I completely support the idea of going in and doing selective cutting on dead or diseased trees or widowmakers. That is, in my opinion, an ideal plan to move forward. And if there was invasive species there, to thin those out as well. My concern is that, especially with a forwarder, like we're talking about getting in there, that there's going to be trees taken down because we have to get in there, versus the trees, because it's such a large machine with such a large footprint size-wise. I realize the weight per square foot on the ground is less, but it is a large machine as far as width and length goes, that manipulating something like that around in the town forest takes a lot of room. And I really question whether we're just going to see the selective trees being cut down versus, well, we got to cut that in order to get the forwarder through. That's one of my biggest concern, I guess, because it takes a lot of room to give me 40 acres, I'll turn this thing around. The other thing that I guess I am concerned about is that of the pine, oak, maple, and hemlock that you're cutting out of this, how much is board lumber versus lumber that's going to be, or wood that's going to be ending up being chipped for be burnt? I mean, is there a percentage that you guys can give for that number? How much this will actually be used for structural materials?
I could speak to that a little bit. I'd say the majority of what's being cut, I think it's a 2-to-1 ratio of poor quality stems. And that those are firewood trees. Mostly it's cordwood, so wood that'll be processed and used for firewood in homes. I don't think a lot of the other pulp, poor quality stems like the softwood and hardwoods will be chipped. The market for that's pretty poor, and it's hard to move that stuff. And with our goals of trying to leave some ecologic, benefits and wildlife, using that coarsewood debris back on the ground is more beneficial than having it chipped. So a long way to say that most of it is cordwood, firewood for your home. And less of it is actual structural wood. So it's more of a improvement cut than anything. So we're trying to give the better quality stems that are in the town forest now more growing space to increase their growth and vigor.
So with that statement said, I'm not sure if I'm using this, the conifers, I believe, are the ones that will contribute to the wildlife. As far as if those limbs are left there, they'll be able to, wildlife will be able to eat those. But all the slash that's going to be left behind from the hardwoods, it's just going to be sitting there and decaying. So there's not a lot of usage for that in the forest. I mean, that time of year, there'll be no foliage on it. Only the conifers will have that foliage. So what good is there of leaving all that slash behind?
Can you help me understand what you're driving at? Because I'm a little lost in the weeds.
I'm trying to understand, there's gonna be a lot that's taking place up, in my opinion, there's gonna be a lot left up in the woods that serves no benefit.
I should say, I can't see the forest.
So those trees are going to be allowed to decompose the tops, the slash. They'll all decompose and go back to the soil. They're going to continue to store their carbon. They're going to help with soil nutrients. They're going to help with soil moisture retention. The forest is growing on currently is old ag land that was pretty abused. So these kind of woody inputs into the forest floor are actually beneficial because they've been lacking that for so long. And it'll decay. It'll be a mess for a while. Things will grow in between it. They're also going to work as as kind of a deterrent for deer to eat the young trees we'd like to grow. So they're not going to want to walk in that. They're going to eat some of them, but not all of it. So it's kind of, it does have use. It's not just useless trees on the floor. There's, like I said, ecologic benefits to it.
And then the last thing I have for question is there a planting plan to follow this? After all these are cut, is there a plan to go in and do more planting?
Yeah. Around here in the Northeast, we don't have to really worry too much about planting trees. Natural seed regeneration is the way we regenerate forests. So there's plenty of seed in the forest floor now. There's seed. I mean, we've all seen the pollen here, so it's looking to be a good seed year probably next year. Acorns, pine, all that. So they'll be naturally dropping on the forest floor and regenerating that way. What I would like to do is probably get the vocational kids to do some tree planting in there, just as kind of a learning thing, get them maybe to start some acorns and get some red oaks going. Talk to Matt Dragon a little bit about maybe getting some nursery stock or something and just giving them a chance to do that. But it's not a widespread planting because it's not needed.
One of the goals that you said at the beginning, or it was stated, I'm sorry, at the beginning of this was to increase the diversity of the trees in the town forest. And I don't see how we can increase the diversity without specialized planting to follow. Just allowing the forest to replant itself is not going to increase the diversity that, in my opinion, that you're looking for. And that'd be my last question, I guess.
Rocket. Yeah, so I'm just going back to the slide here, slide 6, which is the forest management goals. And I kind of I'm working our way through this from the perspective of the select board and doing good things for Hartford. Starting from the bottom, income, the presentation said about $4,000 of income generated for the project. Was that the accurate number that I saw?
It's an approximate.
It's an approximate number.
Okay.
So what that doesn't include, see, the things about the changes of the landings has not been reflected in the last bid or negotiated with the logger yet, the contractor yet. So
Would that result in net income or net cost to us?
it should be a decrease because they have to do less work. They do not have to do the turnaround down there.
Okay, so net increase.
Should
in
be,
income for the
yeah,
town,
but
barring depreciation in the lot or weight or whatever that's going to happen in the asphalt. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's pretty, to me, that's like pretty marginal. I mean, it doesn't seem like something that a pretty negligible amount to consider. So I personally am not considering that very heavily. Education, it seems like that's possible with this cut or without the cut, right? So I'm personally, my consideration here is hinged completely on this idea of increasing the diversity and the well-being of the forest. Am I walking through the right logic here? So if that's the case, then I guess this debate, it seems to be what I'm guessing, a contingent of people who think that not cutting is better for the diversity and the health of the forest. And this plan, which you're suggesting, is better for the health of the forest. Is that correct?
an important consideration of that is the time frame. Allowing the forest, in 100 or 150 years. It's roughly, a 60-year-old, 50, 60-year-old forest out there right now. So an old growth forest has to be, 150, and AJ or John, 200 years old, whatever. So you guys can correct me because I'm not a forester, but it takes a long time to get, for the trees to naturally decay and atrophy, and then, new trees to come up.
Sure.
So, we have, as opposed to if you cut the trees that are already starting to be diseased, or trees that are too close together that over time are going to atrophy and die, you can speed up that process. So maybe in 30 years or 40 years, 50 years, you can have the diversity that under the natural process would take 100 years or 150 years. And things like climate change are happening now.
So,
and 50 years, waiting 100 years is.
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
So I'm just going back to this idea of what is going to be best for that forest for the medium and long term, right? And the crux of your argument is that by doing this, by culling basically some of the sickly trees, that it is going to be better for the long-term health of the forest. That's
yes,
the thrust of it. Is there a way that we can do this just to send someone in with a chainsaw and just chop down I mean, if they're gonna leave all the what do you call it? Slash. Anyway, is there a reason why we need to have a logging company included in this process at all versus just having people, maybe some of these people here want to go out with saws and chop them down. I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to suggest. I'm just saying that
liability.
There's a question that came up was why not have the HACTC do this logging on a thing? That was a question that came up last fall. And AJ, you speak to it if I'm talking too much, but the first thing that AJ said was some of those trees are 40, 50, 60 feet high. And do we want a 16, 17-year-old high school student going out cutting, 60 or 70 foot high trees?
Seems like a great education.
It is. The ones that survive. So.
Okay, so then my other question then is, if we were to, as a board, to deny this, then what do you think, what would your recommendation be in terms of the best way to proceed supporting the health and well-being of the forest? Is this a
we
sort
would
of
do nothing. We wouldn't do a timber harvest.
Just to not touch it completely?
To not touch it. So what would happen would be that, I don't know, John or AJ, do you want to speak up? I mean, it would slowly change. It would be, forests are on a different time scale than us humans are used to, It's just off on that list, 100 years to a tree is middle-aged, or not even middle-aged maybe for some of them. So probably in at least my lifetime.
Yeah, I guess I can speak up a little bit to the diversity piece and what we're trying to achieve here. So we're trying to get this, as Tom said, into an old growth state quicker, but also by increasing the diversity of the structure and the species out there and the size of the tree. So right now we've got really large pine with some medium to some small, large size hardwoods over young stand of beech, mostly like a monoculture of beech in areas. And so what we're trying to do is diversify that understory, which is our young forest coming out. So that's the forest that's going to replace the pine, the overstory trees eventually. And if we do nothing, that's what we'll have. We'll have a very thick, a pretty dense stand of beech. Mostly, we'll lose the pine, we'll lose the red oak eventually, because they're more they require more sunlight to get established, where beech are very shade tolerant and can sit in the understory, and that's their game to get in the overstory. So what we're trying to do is diversify that understory and midstory layer to increase a different species composition in there. The way to do that is to manipulate light both to the overstory and understory. So we're trying to do that. We're trying to, like I said, just trying to increase the different species that are in the mix in the understory mostly, and by doing it, but we're also going to keep these large pine long term. So in my mind, this is the last time we'll do any cutting in these large pines. They're going to be there. These big large trees are going to be allowed to live out their life cycle after this thinning, this pass through here, this 40 acres.
So thank you. So the process of inviting an RFP for a forest logging company to come in is basically a clever solution to hiring people to doing this thinning work on behalf of the community, because otherwise we would have to pay for that service otherwise. That's sort of, that's it. Thank you.
Other questions before public comment?
Did he answer your diversity question, Lanny?
To the best of his ability, yeah.
I have, so, just one more?
Go, yeah, go.
Okay. I watched one 90-minute Vermont Land Trust video on old growth forests, so I'm kind of an expert now. But I still somehow am confused between the difference between carbon storing trees and carbon sequestering trees. Are they not both storing, or is one putting, what's the difference between carbon storage and carbon sequestration with trees?
Sure, I could answer that. So trees are pulling, as they photosynthesize and transpire, they're pulling carbon out of the atmosphere to and releasing oxygen, and that's makes the wood. So that's what the carbon is the stem. So when you have young, vigorous trees, there's a lot of them growing all kind of at once. It's when you kind of reset the stage of succession. And what those trees, those young and many trees, are vigorous and they're growing fast. So they're pulling a lot of carbon out of the air. And we kind of call that, they're sequestering a lot of carbon. The bigger the tree gets, the less they're sequestering, the more is being stored in the bowl of the tree. They're still sequestering, but they're also storing all of the past carbon they're pulling. So the bigger trees have pulled a lot of carbon out, and what we have now is the carbon that was emitted, decades ago, or in those big trees. So the younger trees, and then they're still sequestering, but not at the rate of these younger trees. So sequestering is pulling, we're pulling carbon out of the atmosphere, and storage is storing that carbon long term in either forest products, tree bowls, woody stems on the ground.
That makes perfect sense. And I probably could have Googled it, but maybe someone else was benefited by that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we'll turn to public comment. We'll start with people in the room.
I'm sorry, I do have one last.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One last question, Mr. Chair. If we were to forego this option and we were to, let's say, put out an RFP for a forester to come in and actually do this maintenance work within the forest, how much would that cost? Do you have any sense of that? Like, how much does it cost this logging company to come in to do this? But really just to come in and chop the trees down and leave them there, rather than to actually build this road, an access road, and pulling out the logs.
That's like that would be a different treatment. I personally wouldn't want someone to cut and drop all those trees. That'd be a really big mess. It's gonna be messy anyways, the logging and then pulling it out, but there's gonna be a lot of wood on the ground that way. I think if we were to go that route and have somebody do what we kind of call timber stand improvement, kind of non-commercial treatment, I would be doing a whole different type of treatment there, just because it would be a lot of wood on the ground that way, and it would cost a lot. So I think I would do something else. I might try to work with the natural resource students and have them slowly pick away at releasing red oak or something in there, or other species we want to grow. I wouldn't have them cut any of the pine because they're way too big for them. And like Tom said, they're not as experienced.
Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to public comment. So we'll start with people in the room. I'd ask that you would come up to the microphone, identify yourself and your town of residence. Each person will have up to 5 minutes to speak. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you. I'm Laura Simon from Wilder.
Can everyone hear Laura?
A little louder would be great. Tom, I just wanted to respond to something you mentioned. That is, Tom referred to an expert who came to speak here in town 2 weeks ago. He's Bill Stubblefield. He has a PhD from Harvard, and yes, he did compliment that. He said, as far as plans go, this is a good plan. But he was very clear over and over. In fact, he embodied the wrath of God and said, we should not be cutting. I just wanted to clarify that.
And he did say that, I agree.
And a little housekeeping is that Suzanne Abedi could not be here, but she sent you a note pretty late in the process.
Yep.
Someone, and Suzanne agreed to this, has agreed to read her notes because I felt they were, Suzanne and I both felt they were pretty relevant. So
sure, of course.
And I'll try to condense because I've already talked to you some on this. have a few points to add to the previous things. So tonight's the last chance to stop a planned cut, and I asked the select board to not sign the contract with the logger, but instead to collaborate with the state. The state has just passed a policy that we are trying to increase the forests that are not logged to 9%. Now I think we're at 1%. So what is going to be the towns and all the towns in the state's responsibility, and how should we proceed to do that? I think that would be a good conversation to have before we went forward with cutting. I pointed out before that we have very little to say about cutting lots that are private, where people are getting ready to do development. They can cut trees. And we have nothing to say about people on their private lots as far as logging goes. But in the public forest, we do have a say. So I have to just change the figure because I didn't know after the patch cut was changed, you're not cutting 2,300 trees anymore. You just said 1,800 trees. But it's not consistent with the Vermont Climate Action Plan, nor with Hartford's Selectboard approved Climate Action Plan, which required us to increase numbers of trees in the tree canopy. And the Hartford Conservation Commission will tell you that the trees they cut will make room for trees to grow so that the growing trees can store carbon. But research shows that mature trees are essential for storing carbon in the mediating climate crisis. Cutting the trees disturbs the soil, releases tons of carbon. On our May 31st workshop in town, 3 members of the HCC attended, at least 3 that I recognize, and around 30 other community members. And they heard the biologist with his PhD from Harvard say it would take decades for the smaller trees filling in the openings to replace the amount of carbon stored in the larger trees once they're cut. However, it seems HCC wants to continue with their plan as it is. We can all pretend that climate crisis is out there, but we don't have to start making the hard decisions to respond to it. We can pretend that what we have always done is okay. But if we do, we'll be doing the best we can for the planet. HCC has developed a well thought out plan focused on typical forest management goals put together by forest experts. However, to carry through with that plan violates the latest climate science, which says we need 30% of all earth resources, that's forests, water sources, etc., to be preserved in order to have even a small possibility of saving this earth. We need to stop releasing carbon now and use every resource available to store carbon. Vermont Natural Resource Council states that we need to increase old growth forests. All those trees should be allowed to grow towards old growth. I just heard a very knowledgeable forester say that the national forests out west do not allow cutting of any trees over 50 years old because they know their importance in storing carbon. So what we need to do now is to allow the Hartford Town Forest to, and all natural forests, get to their maximum benefit for the climate. Each cut tree gives up the carbon which that tree stores and the carbon stored in the soil, and it eliminates carbon. Is that 5 minutes?
It is, if we could just finish up, that would be great.
And all the carbon it would have stored, and I'll just say one more thing, and that is that the landowners could learn from the county forest. They have access to that earth. So I'm just going to see why we need to cut 1,800 of our trees to teach them.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else comment? Jeff, go on.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Arnold. I'm from Wilder. First thing I want to talk about is the survey that was done. The survey, I mean, it was like 10 people who said it should enforce it in that survey, whereas we have like 50 people who don't want logging to happen in that forest. So how can Conservation Commission, which is made up of 15 members and close to 17 people, plus a few people that were surveyed, make a decision on what happens in this forest when it's a community forest, it's a public forest. Every one of us pays taxes on it. It should be a community decision of what happens to this forest. Logging is very invasive procedure. And I think you should go out to a vote. The status of this forest should be changed. Hurricane refuge right next to it, which has been declared old growth forest. Why not help the state reach its 9% goal by also declaring this forest old growth forest? Nothing would be lost. Still do all the educational activities out there. The recreation would continue. We have a biker here that it's not. The biking community is not happy about logging. Were they actually surveyed? So there's a lot of unanswered questions out there. And besides that, one of the things they said they want to do is teach people about sustainable forestry. The county forester can go to all the people who have private land in this area. It was 20,000 acres that was mentioned. Everybody who puts their land into current use is getting the same lesson that this cutting this forest in a public forest would give them. Because they right now nobody no county forest is saying go out and clear cut. This is not. It's not what how forestry practices are practiced nowadays. So clear cutting is out, and so all these people who own land who is in current use are getting sustainable forestry advice from the county forest, and that's free advice. So if you have your land in current use, the county forest say AJ may have like 1,500 accounts just in this this area, the Windsor area. The other thing with carbon, when you take down old trees store carbon, and they sequester carbon as well. So the new trees that replace them, they may sequester carbon more rapidly, but they have very little storage. Storage just happens in 20-inch. We have 50% of a tree is carbon. So some small little sapling, 3-foot sapling, doesn't store hardly any carbon at all. So you're by doing this, it goes against my action plan, which is to increase old growth forest. Goes against our own Hartford climate action plan, which is to increase the canopy by 90 acres. Because 1,800 trees is 200 dead trees or 700 trees an acre. That's almost 3 acres of clear cut. I mean, you might not notice it because they're going to selectively cut, but it equals the same amount as 3 acres clear cut. So you're actually diminishing the amount of canopy. Canopy is the top of the tree. So every tree it cuts down, you detract from the canopy. Even if it's selectively cut, it's removed as 1,800 trees. The canopy is removed, which is against the Hartford climate action plan. Also, the climate action plan talks about more carbon and carbon sequestration. Taking out old trees removes a lot of carbon. It's not going to be replaced for 40, 50, 60 years, whatever the age of the tree is. And as far as diversity goes, sure, it takes 100 years to get the same sort of diversity that 1870s.
15.
Yeah.
Old growth forests have the diversity, they have the resilience. It takes time, and loggers like to make things happen faster. But I think it would be a lot more peaceful, quiet place if we didn't do that at all, and the status has changed. Oh, so a survey was done online, and so 37 people, and even I just want to I noticed because she collected these surveys that our previous tree warden, Brad Whitcomb, actually responded to it, and you could make comments, so we're gonna give you these comments. And look them over. He said, I don't believe that logging the Hartford Town Forest area or a tree warden is.
Jeff, if you could just make it brief.
Is in the best interest of either the forest or Hartford. The area should be designated forever wild, similar to such protections as governing the New York State Adirondack Park.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll get off stage.
You can, anything you want us to look at, you can
Yeah,
pass
it's
to
really
us.
interesting, these comments all these people make.
Okay, anyone else in the room want to comment? Chuck, you can introduce yourself and town of residence.
Chuck Lister, White River Junction, thanks for taking this on. And I must say, it's nice to be on this side of the, hopefully you're too late. So I run Sunrise Farm, organic farm, and my goal is to manage carbon. That's what organic farming is. And this is kind of my whole career of trying to figure out how to best manage carbon. And as part of the farm that we own, we manage a bunch of woodland also. These are issues that are near to my heart. And one thing I wanted to really point out in my brief time is to say, we're looking at, I think, the wrong analogy here, which is to say that our forests are really like lungs. They're not like a storehouse or a place that stuff gets stored. The carbon flows through the ecosystem. It flows through the forest all the time. Trees are growing, trees are dying, insects are eating them, new ones are sprouting. But as a place to store carbon, it's really like an unfortunate approach that I think has gotten confused in people's mind about climate change, which is to say, climate change is caused by fossil fuels, carbon coming out of the ground. And no amount of how we manage the carbon that's above the ground fixes that. But we've got to fix the fossil fuel problem. That's the most important thing. And you can see it on the town forest, for example, it's called a Hurricane Town Forest because the entire thing blew down in 1938. All the trees were blown over. That's why they're all the same age now. So as a place to store carbon, it's a terrible idea. Nevertheless, this isn't to say we throw up our hands because there's a lot of great talk and discussion about what forests are for. And first and foremost, they need to stay as forests. So I'm glad we're not talking about cutting down the forest and turning it into a parking lot or housing or something like that. So for combating climate change, keeping the forest as forest is critical. So I'm glad that we have a town forest and we're doing that. And then the second thing is to really manage for biodiversity as much as we possibly can. Because we know the climate is changing, new threats are coming, storms are getting heavier. So we really want to make sure we have a wide mix of species, animals, everything in there to try and be ready to respond to that. So there's widespread consensus about that, the importance of forests. So I really urge us to keep that new analogy in mind. Think of it as lungs and not as a place to store. Having said that, I wanted to make sort of a positive case for why I think this is a good idea for the board to approve this contract. And the first is that the biodiversity angle is really important. And there have been 2 cuts in the town forest in the last 20 years. And we were up for a bird walk a couple weeks ago, 6 a.m. on a Saturday. There were actually 2 dozen people there. The first place that the first place that the bird watchers took us was up into the place that was cut 15 years ago, because there's much more diversity of wildlife, trees, sizes up in that area. And amazingly, a lot of people at one of the public meetings that we held up there didn't even know that part of the forest had been cut. It's beautiful up there. Just the amount of wildlife is really amazing. So this type of approach really does work and it does accomplish the goals. The second thing I want to quickly point out is that we heat our high school with wood, which isn't to say that wood from the town forest is going to go to the high school because of the way that logging has been set up. But part of our commitment as a community trying to be sustainable is to use our own resources. And so it's fantastic that our high schools heat with wood. About 100 high schools or 100 schools in Vermont are. That's part of our tradition here. Another great thing is the Wright sawmill is right across from our farm. We buy wood from them all the time. And if we didn't have wood from them, what would we buy? I guess we'd buy wood from elsewhere. Or as Tom said, we would substitute with other products, non-wood products, all of which have fossil fuel components. The next thing I want to point out, a positive reason to do this is that we do have this home culture in Vermont of working with and living in our forests and using them in some way and trying to be responsible, which isn't to say that we've always done the right things, done terrible things to our forests, including cutting them down completely in the 18th century. So, but there's a widespread consensus about this type of approach. Vermont Land Trust, Upper Valley Land Trust, managed this way. Audubon, Vermont is a big proponent of this approach to forest management. And then amazingly, Marshfield's Rockefeller National Park also practices this. The only national park in the country that does active logging is ours right here in Woodstock. And because we have this opportunity in Vermont to both live in and protect and manage and utilize and kind of have this whole thing happen together. So in closing, I would just urge you to support your Conservation Commission. I think they've done a great job trying to bring a bunch of perspectives together. There certainly are people who would rather only be used for one thing or only used for another thing, but I think the commission has done a really nice job of trying to bring that all together and giving you a good plan. So I urge you to support it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
My name is Anna Shaw. I live in White River Junction. I actually live on Valley View Road. So the Hartford Town Forest is my backyard, and I spend a lot of time there. I am one of the dreaded mountain bikers, and I ride there year round. I also ski there. I snowshoe. I'm there a lot. So first off, I just want to thank the Conservation Committee because I think you have done a great job, and we're so appreciative of some of the changes that you've made to the plan, especially getting rid of the 4-acre clear cut. That's huge. I do want to note, though, that I also would reflect the amount of money that would be made from this. It hasn't been adjusted for changing the parking lot, and it also hasn't been adjusted since that was taken away, right? So it's going to be less. Is my understanding, is that correct?
Oh, AJ, you mean for the patch cut being less trees being being harvested?
Right. That patch cut being gone, does that change the income that potentially comes from the project?
AJ, do you want to take an educated guess at that or not?
That's okay.
Yeah.
We can maybe hear from him after. I just want to make sure that, Anna, you get
Yeah.
the time to
So, and I'm
talk
not
to
here
us.
to talk about carbon because I don't know anything about carbon, but I love the town forest and I love recreating the town forest. And those are multi-use trails up there. They're used by people on horseback, they're used by snowmobilers, mountain bikers, hikers, skiers, everybody, right? All the town, all ages use them. I mountain biking up there, we get a bunch of women. My last group ages 35 to 70 out there riding these trails. So my concern, I'm not against logging at all. I'm definitely against the clear cut, and I'm definitely against the large scale projects. Because if you look at that map and all the trails that are going to be closed, that's going to be a problem for during that time. But also, just recently the trails in Woodstock, the aqueduct trails have been logged. And we went riding there a few weeks ago and I was like almost in tears. Like we stopped at one point and there were 6 of us and we're just like, wow, like it was awful. It was just a huge mess. And there was wet spots all over. You could see the ruts from where the machines had been. Plus, all the trails we were riding on were new because they all had to be built up. So there was a ton of work to rebuild those trails. And I'm not sure the Hartford area career technology students are going to be able to come in there at 2 hours an afternoon and fix the trails. Like I'm really concerned that there is going to be a lot of trail maintenance that's going to need to be done to get those trails back to where they were. And especially if they're leaving debris everywhere. When you're riding your bike on those trails and you look at all the trees that have blue marks on them, there's going to be trees and limbs and splashes everywhere. And it really is, it's pretty disheartening for now. I understand in the future that could be a really good thing, but I am concerned about the next 10 years, and I'm concerned about the next 2 years. And the way the trail system is made up, if you look at the map, that whole area, so folks who utilize that area for hiking and biking, you make loops, right? And even though it's like these certain areas, those trails going down are going to really impact recreational use of that whole section. And yes, thank you for not doing the south section, but that really limits use and that total trail mileage. My other comment that I wanted to make, I also had a question. Do we know how big the areas were that were cut in 03 and 08? And how many acres were those? Were they similar in size or is this a much bigger scale? Similar in size? I was just wondering, that area, I agree, it's nice. Those trails are really great. The trees are healthy. But like Rocket was alluding to, and AJ even said, you know, could we consider something on a smaller scale over time? You know, doing select cutting that isn't gonna necessarily cut down the recreational availability of those trails. The other thing I just want to mention is that the mountain bike community, you know, works really hard up there and does, I would guess, the majority of the trail maintenance. Every time a tree goes down or there's water damage or a bridge needs help, it's the mountain bike community who comes up and takes care of that. And they're probably up there during the season 2 or 3 times a week. They bring their chainsaws, they fix it, they take really good care of those trails. And I'm not sure that our mountain bike community is going to be able to fix all the fixing that's going to need to be done. And so if you do go ahead with this plan, I really hope that you consider figuring out a budget for how we're going to restore the trails back to usable function.
All right, thank you very much. Other comment from the room?
Hi, my name is Curtis Marshall. First, I'd like to just make a comment about carbon sequestration and storage. Just to be clear here, AJ did a decent job of doing it, but I just want to clarify something. And that is that he's right. That's all trees do sequester at a higher rate. It's great. When they do get older, that slows down. But because older trees are massive, they have a lot of branches, a lot of leaves, they have the ability to sequester vast amounts. So it's really disingenuous for many people to say that the older trees don't sequester as much, because they sequester way more. The rate is slower, but because of their mass, they can do much. But one more thing I want to clarify is that climate scientists around the world, thousands of them, are saying that we really have to save on forests for carbon storage and for sequestration. It's imperative. What I hear today, here tonight, is a lot of talk of tradition. And when I first read about this, which was very much so, when it was advertised, I looked at it and I thought, this is something that came out of 1960. It was the same process. We're doing another log. We're in the year 2022. We really need to capture and take into account all the new science. It is out there. I wish more folks would come to the presentation. Those stubble are delicious. Because they're talking about the newest things. You can't get around science. You can try and compromise with it, but it doesn't work. Science is science. Physics is physics. You don't compromise. As far as the forests go, and the beech trees, I know foresters, loggers take it because it has no commercial value. But boy, these massive trees store huge amounts of carbon. Why would you want to remove them? And to go in and selectively cut, we're really creating not a forest, we're creating a tree farm. It's a tree plantation. And it's mostly designed for the logging industry. Just to close, I want to show you something you may not know about. In the southeastern United States, the coastal forests down there have been vacant for wood pellets. These wood pellets are going to biomass plants. One biomass plant in particular is in England. It's called the Drax plant. They take wood pellets and wood chips from the southeast United States forests and ship them all over Europe. These same companies that are doing the biomass, it's the same company indeed, they're building these plants in the southeast right now. For more biomass plants in Europe. They have their sites right now on building these plants in the northeast. The natural Maine is already a disaster. The next move for these plants is Western Massachusetts and Vermont. And they have their eyes on what's going on right now with the climate of what is going to happen. So keep it in mind that this is really big. It's small little junction.
Thank you very much, Fergus. Anyone else in the room?
Hi, my name is Katie Mann, and I live in White River Junction. I'm also on the Hartford Conservation Commission. I'm also a mother and who uses the Hartford Town Forest often with my children. And I just want to clarify a couple things that I've heard tonight. One is that the Hartford Climate Action Plan has been talking about the canopy and actual cover canopy. It does not state those words. It says forest cover. It does not want us to diminish. It wants us to increase our forest cover. And we are not in any way, shape, or form reducing the forest cover. Yes, there may be less canopy at the beginning when the trees are cut. However, we will be increasing the number of trees by the sheer flush of trees that will come forth after the sunlight is allowed to reach the forest floor. Right now, in the area that we're proposing to cut, there, as AJ and Tom have stated, it's a very even-aged forest, so and it's very dense. There isn't a lot of sunlight coming onto the forest floor, and so the diversity, as my Lanny had said, that the diversity of trees is there. It's just right now they're not able to grow from seeds, and so letting some sunlight in is going to enable those seedlings that right now are not able to grow. Right now, it's only beech. Beech is a wonderful tree. It is also subject to canker, which makes it very disease susceptible. And we don't want a forest, just a monoculture of beech. We want a diverse, so that if something else attacks beech, then we still have some, and we can have some more oak, we can have some more maple. So those are just some things that I wanted to address. And I also wanted to address Anna's concern about the number of trails that we closed. I want to reiterate something that was in Tom's slideshow that there are only, I think, 6 or 8 trails in that section that would be closed only during the winter months. And then there would be some repair to be done, but it wouldn't be closing them for long term. It would just be during the time that it's frozen. The loggers would actually have to leave the area and have to come back if they didn't get the job done and the ground was not frozen. So that would be a stipulation. So I think that the Conservation Commission has worked really hard at trying to encompass everybody's point of view and really focus on maintaining the recreational value. And as somebody who recreates there by myself and also with my children, my family, friends, I don't think that the recreational value will be diminished. It will be increased. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else in the room? Yep.
I'm also a resident of White River Junction. I'm new here. I moved here about a year ago and found the town forest very similar, which fell in love with trails. And as I was walking, just noticing all the spray painted marks, and when I found out what it was for, it was really disheartening. I moved from the Catskill Mountain region of New York, and one of the beautiful things about the forest, it's just supposed to happen. And I'm not a carbon specialist, I'm just a tree lover and forest lover.
but I've been struggling to find ways to get my point across or to be heard. And Laura was kind enough to share an email with me today by Susanna. That email, I think, to you now. Don't personally know, but I'd like to share her words because they really echo my sentiments. She says, I'm ready to respectfully ask that you do everything you can to protect the beautiful trees in the Hartford Town Forest. I do not agree with the current plan by the Hartford Conservation Commission to cut down trees. I believe we need to look further into this and ask that you preserve the forest as is, or at least delay any decision to allow logging. Jeff Arnold has shared many interesting points in the listserv and suggested that it is time to change the designation of the town forest. Let's consider this. Education in the town forest should consist of showing young children and children of all ages how beautiful the forest is, what an amazing biodiversity it holds, with thousands of intersecting living beings, and how to care for all of it. If we're trying in Vermont to reestablish old growth forests, then we must let them grow old. The state of Vermont is now stressing the importance of preserving forests. How timely for our own. If we were to selectively log in the town forest, it should be done with an extremely light touch. There is a reason that horses are used optimally to tend forests. Heavy machinery is extremely damaging to the forest floor. Man has always tried to, quote, improve on nature, most often with tragic results, except for the native peoples. So let's listen to the indigenous wisdom. If we are going to have a plan to care for the Hartford Town Forest, then how about a plan drawn up by local Native Americans or in concert with other forest defenders? For instance, comments made by Earl Hartford. How about taking such a plan and comparing it with the HCC's plan? And I'll skip a little bit here. But her main ideas have become a united vision, one united vision. She highly recommends the book, The Hidden Life of Trees, which also really inspired me, and I think a lot of people, and she quotes from it, which I'll repeat here. If you want to do something for the small trees, you have to leave the old ones standing. Trees aren't some kind of organic robots of timber-producing machines. If we look more closely, we discover they are sentient beings that pursue their own objectives. She says, lastly, please, can we preserve our town forest as is, or at least delay any plan to cut the trees until more of us in Hartford become more in tune with what forest is really about. Thank you. So I agree wholeheartedly with those sentiments, and I know that the plan is set forth in good intentions, that everybody works so hard on it. And I respect that, and I respect everybody who's here tonight and who's not here. But I think as humans, so often we want a solution in our timeline, under our watch. We want to see results for our work, our hard work. But that's often not, it's short-sighted. We can't always know what's best for the forest. It's human hubris to think that we can manage. We don't know what's the best way to work hard. And these are new problems that we're all facing. And so if you don't know, do less harm. Just leave it alone. It's fine. But thank you for hearing me. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Audrey. Anyone else in the room? Okay.
Excuse me, my name is John Bowden. I'm on the Conservation Commission. Also trained as a forester, licensed to practice forestry in the state of Vermont. And I spent most of my career advising private landowners on how to take care of their forests. I have several points that I want to make. One is that I think one of the really interesting things about the proposal and the controversy that's erupted around it is just an amazing education experience. And I really appreciate all the people that have come out with all the different viewpoints. It was my job to really try to engage people in discussions. I didn't do as good a job as has happened in the last 2 years in the town of Hartford about discussing the various options and various ways in which we can take care of the town forward. So this has been a really educational experience and a really good experience. One of the comments that I've heard several times has been that we are in the effort of trying to mimic old growth, trying to reach those characteristics of old growth sooner. And the best way to do that really is not to do it sooner, but to allow nature to take care of itself. We have what, 400 years of history of the European settlement in this continent. We've done a pretty devastating job of taking care of the environment. We've done what we felt we needed to do. We've been lucky in New England in that the land was so rough that everybody basically gave up on it and headed west where they could where they have easier living, quite frankly. Our forest is the result of having of everything having just been abandoned and left alone and come back. Since it's come back, one of the things that has really been common and one of the issues that has been talked a lot about is about selection cutting. And I'm getting more used to hearing it, and so it's not raising the hair on the back of my neck as quickly, but quite frankly, the model for selective cutting, if we're talking forestry, oftentimes was, first of all, you select a forest and then you cut it. That's not the true image. Selective cutting it's not a great term, quite frankly. We're using it here, and I accept it, and I think we probably understand what we're talking about. We're selecting individual trees, and we're cutting them. But we're not selecting the best quality trees. We're not selecting the biggest quality trees and removing them. We are instead trying to create a structure here with a number of different ages of trees, a number of different sizes of trees. So we get this both vertical diversity so that there's habitat, and it's not just deer, it's birds, whatever else lives in the first 2 feet above the forest floor. What lives in the next couple of feet? What lives 10 feet above? What lives 15, 20, 30, 100 feet above? Those are all different habitats. We also have habitats on a wide spreading sort of a level. So we have places where things are really dense, where it's dark, where are the places where they're really quite open. That's the sort of diversity that we're really trying to create here. In terms of the Vermont Climate Action Plan, I think it probably makes really good sense that we have 9% of the state of Vermont, eventually the goal being old growth or having old growth characteristics. I don't think that we need to do it in the town of Hartford. I quite frankly think that better places are where we have better connectivity, kind of up through the central part of the state, where we have larger, wider, broader corridors where critters such as the northern pine marten may be able to survive. We aren't going to have any pine martens here. The second piece of comment I would like to make on that is that as we put this forest plan together, and as AJ has gone out and sort of selected areas where we can cut and where we've not cut, he has intentionally avoided areas that were steeper for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a little tough to log on steep areas. It's harder to control erosion on the steep areas. So that may be a de facto, okay, so we don't want to do that because it's not valuable, it costs us too much or it's too much bother. But I think the point is that those areas are going to be left more wild. They will be able to mature by themselves for a longer period of time. But we do have these more level areas, and we do have a demand for wood. We do use a lot of wood. We shouldn't be taking it from Brazil, exporting our demand for wood somewhere else. We really need to be using it here. And I got no time left.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Are you for passing this or against it?
Excuse me?
What is your recommendation in one sentence?
Oh, yes, please, we should do this.
Oh, okay.
We should do the harvest.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we covered everybody in the room. Are there any people on Zoom?
There, go hands up.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I know, thanks for all your input.
And there goes a hand.
Okay, who do we have?
I can do this myself now. Okay, Amelia, you should be able to unmute if you'd like to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, everybody. Thanks it's really awesome to hear so much passion in the room about our forest. And I'm a resident of Hartford. I live adjacent to the town forest and closest to the areas that would be cut. And I just wanted to first say, I was an environmental studies major. I'm an aspiring birder. I'm deeply committed to climate action. I've been a member of Citizens Climate Lobby for close to a decade at this point. So I can really empathize with the concerns in the room. I also have the advantage of being married to a forester, and I think it's really important to hear some of the nuance that's in the proposal. A couple of things that stick out to me are that it is actually really important in Vermont, where we lost basically all of our forests to agriculture. It is important to accelerate the return to old growth characteristics for the many species on our landscapes. And I used to think that, yeah, like let nature take care of itself. The lightest possible touch is the best option. And I think there are places where that's appropriate. It would be awesome to hear this passion applied to places like the Tongass National Forest and huge old growth stands that really have always been old growth and that have incredible biomass. That's just not where we live here in Vermont. And so I think the plan as put forth makes a lot of sense. It's been extremely thoughtful. As forestry goes, it is a very light touch on the land. I'm out there seeing the blue paint all the time. And as far as the rec impact, I'm out there in February a lot, right from my house. And I can tell you, I'm usually the one breaking the trail. I would love more help breaking trail in February. But the truth is there's not a lot of people out there using the land at that time. And there are so many important things that we need to do about climate. We have solar at our house and heat pumps. And I'm a big advocate for carbon pricing. But this action in Hartford, the potential climate benefit is so much smaller than the long-term benefit to this piece of land and the many species, including human beings that share it. So I would just encourage the town to listen to the good work of the commission and the science of the foresters who have participated in that. And thanks.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Anyone else on Zoom? Kim, with a hand up?
No hand up.
Okay. Well, board, we've heard a lot about this. We do have a requested motion, which would be to approve the commission's request to schedule the winter 2023 town forest timber harvest. I'm willing to accept a motion and then discussion. Anyone has further questions or thoughts they want to share with the board?
Sure. Many. But just in the art of compromise, is there something that could be met halfway to meet the needs of the Hartford Conservation Commission and the concerns of you folks who are in opposition of the cutting? I understand that, and I totally accept and agree with the concept of going in and cutting out dead or diseased trees and widowmakers. I'm completely for that. But I do question cutting out all the smaller trees because they're the future of the forest. And again, I'm not a forester, so I'm only speaking from what I've seen when I've been, I ride through this area in the winter in my snowmobile. And I rode through area in Heartland that's been slashed, that's been cut similar to this. And it was very disturbing to see that. Not only that, to mention that it's going to impact my snowmobiling. So I don't like that idea, but that's beside the point. It just seems that there could be a spirit of compromise here. And I'm not sure if that's even been discussed between the concerns of those who are in opposition to it and the proponents for this. And have you reached out to the people that are in disagreement to see if there's a way to meet in the middle on this, perhaps?
My understanding is that they made at least 4 compromises based on public input or 4 changes to the original plan. But Tom, you're free to
So then
answer that.
I think it's done the number is the biggest issue right now is it the number of trees though, or is it the impact upon the forest in terms of the trails that are going to be there? I guess I'm not sure what the biggest hangup is for those that are in opposition to this.
We heard a number of people tonight.
I know,
who gave
but I mean,
various reasons.
I heard what they're saying, but I'm just, it seems like everybody comes at it from, I mean, there's not, the people that are in the room that are speaking, if we could have some compromise to those that are, and I know what you're saying, that there's been compromise. Is there anything that could be done further that other than not doing anything?
Well, I think part of it, Rocket, hold on a second, would be, we've heard from both sides, we've got the motion, either we approve it or we don't. If we don't approve it, maybe that's just the end of it. Maybe more people come together, but you know, at this point, we're not gonna, we have basically a question before us, you know, we can't just start like picking apart everything and making minor changes on the fly on the floor. We have a proposal. The question is whether we want to approve the Conservation Commission to schedule it or not. I think, I mean,
But when you have, sorry, so when you have more people that are against it than are for it in the room, that's where it.
Well, look, Lanny, we are the elected representatives of the people. We make our, you know, we act what we think is in, we vote what we think is in the best interest of the town, and we're held accountable at the ballot box. You know, not everything is decided by a survey or a poll. You know, we have to make our own judgment on this. Kim?
I have one two-part question and then I'm ready to make a motion if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So according to the forest management plan that was updated in 2020, it seems like it's a 10-year thing, so that it says in the there is an appendix with a schedule in the forest management plan that includes these like harvesting, etc. And it says the next plan update is 2030. Does that ring a bell? Does that make sense? That there would be every 10 years? And I guess then my question is, would you anticipate, trying to find that table again, but that there would be another proposed selective cut between 2022 and 2030?
Not in the section of the forest where we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm looking at the schedule of maintenance activities right here.
Yeah.
You know, and there are other,
So
you know, at this
potentially-
point, he has AJ in this, has different sections 3 and 4 and.
Okay, so this could come before us again, before there's a revision, an
Yes.
update to the town forest
Oh, yeah.
management plan. I mean, the proposal, that what the HCC is proposing is in line with our current existing town forest management plan. And so with that, I move that the select board approve the Conservation Commission request to schedule the winter 2023 town forest timber harvest.
I'll second.
Second from Rocket, discussion?
Yeah, I have a
Yep,
comment,
Rocket, then Lanny.
maybe a request. The first is, you know, I hear the impact of the trails in the winter, just leaving logs down because they didn't have time to get it out. And I think for me, it's like, if they have time to chop it out, chop it down, they should have time to get it out. If they don't, they shouldn't leave it to our citizens to clean up in the winter. I'm just talking through the winters when they're not operating, right?
Well, it'll be closed. That area will have to be closed in the winter just due to safety reasons, that portion of the forest. Just because you don't want recreationalists going through an active timber harvest area, even on Sundays when they won't be doing it. But the contract, you know, in the RFP, it says that they have to clear the trails of all large debris. So, you know, large trunks will be removed from the trails.
Right. Oh, so they're going to be actively harvesting through the winter then?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's my misunderstanding. Okay, well then, and then secondarily to that is this, is it Anna, is that your name? The comment that Anna made about the trails needing repair at the end of it. I mean, that for me is pretty important, that I think that that should not be left to the citizens or the users to repair the trails to their original form.
Well, the contract, the RFP requires the contractor to remove all of the large, to have the trails be clear of large. But, from practical experience, there is going to be smaller branches across the trail. Logwood equipment. So those will have to be removed.
Right. Well,
are they gonna, is volunteer effort enough, I guess is what you're saying.
No, my statement is that I think that if a company is going to come in and profit off of our town forest, that I think it should be incumbent on them, their responsibility to properly clean up after themselves as they leave. I'm fully support. I've heard both sides, and I think that the people, I've been very much on the fence this evening, and I think the people in support of this proposal have made the more convincing, persuasive argument to me. But I do think that it is important that when we open up any town resources for a profitable enterprise, that they are incumbent or responsible for putting back our community resource, which are land, the trails, back in the condition that they found it. I think that should be.
Something to the conversation.
Wait a minute, we have a motion on the floor, right?
Oh, okay.
If you can respond to his question, my understanding is that any profit goes to us, right? Isn't that sort of how it works?
There's a motion on the floor.
And maybe this is something I can ask there to be some contribution from the commission, but my understanding is that there are certain things that the contractor needs to do to clean up after themselves. The ability to get a contractor in here is less related to them being a logging business, that they're going to come in here, and that's the main purpose. To get even a contractor that of a quality that they are, a significant amount of the cost to actually do the logging is what we're using to cover that cost. So he's not going to be making a heck of a lot of money other than just basically covering his cost and selling things a little bit in order to do that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there may be a little bit of money left over that the town could actually garner, but they have a X number of costs to actually do the work. And at the end of the day, there's a little bit of profit that they make and a little bit of profit that we make. So I just wanted to frame it in that context. And certainly if there's a way that we can look at increasing the ability of the contractor to come in and do the cleanup and the town and the cost that kind of balances that out. I think the way it was being looked at is that if we brought in the community participation at the latter part of it to do this smaller cleanup, that might leave a little bit more of an opportunity for funding to go into the conservation fund, as well as, participating with the community in an effort. But, I get what you're talking about, and I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that there was somewhat of addressing your question.
I appreciate that. I mean, so I recently went to Flint, Michigan and saw the factory pads that GM left over when they moved their factories out, and they just threw up chain link fence and they ditched town. And that's like a pretty extreme example, but for me, it was a classic example of corporations benefiting off of the resources of the community and not cleaning up its messes at least. And I wholeheartedly will not support this proposal if we don't include language in the RFP that requires the contractor to put our trails back just in the original condition. I'm not saying add anything, but just to do what they need to do, but then to behave responsibly in our town forest. So I think my vote is contingent on that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Lanny?
Discussion?
Lanny?
Yeah, I can take umbrage at the fact that it's been stated that there's been compromise made, because the compromise that I see has been made is Mr. Veen, who is a member of the committee, made sense to the committee of doing the not doing the cuts that were proposed. So within their own committee, they had this member that made this decision to do this. So I don't think that's a compromise that I'd say. I do also take offense at the fact that this is, maybe you've never visited a forest that's been cut in this manner. Now, I've been through plenty of them. And it is sheer utter destruction of the forest. And yes, forests rebound, nature finds a way. But if there were a way to have a softer impact on the forest, I would be much more supportive of this plan. I just see that this is a very large machine that's going to go in there. And yes, I know that dragging timber in the wintertime across frozen ground, the way we used to do it with skidders, doesn't, look right to some people, but it is a lot lower impact than having to cut all the trails needed to get a forwarder in there. As it's presented, I can't support this.
Okay, thank you, Lenny.
Quick
Kim?
interjection. I did, when I asked for a contract and there wasn't one, the chair of the HCC sent me the RFP and the proposal in section 3.6, number 4 of the RFP. So this is what I asked earlier, if the staff and commission was going to hold the logger accountable to, and that section says recreational trails will be crossed and or used for logging operations as determined by the forester. And in bold, any damage to the recreational trails by the vendor must be repaired by the vendor at the vendor's expense. So I think that answers your question.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. All right, we're gonna vote. We're gonna do it by roll. Start with Lanny.
Nay.
Rocket?
Yes.
Al?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Dan?
No.
Kim?
Yes.
And I will vote aye. So the motion carries. Dan voted no, Lanny voted no. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I agree with Donna's educational experience.
Yeah, that's what we need.
All right, well, we'll wait for Lori to get this set up.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
Be sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Someone trying to make us ask you a question. Sure, I don't appreciate it. I'm trying to ask you a question. You can answer. What's the point of asking this question?
I was trying to understand.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're back, everybody. Okay, Lanny, thanks. So our next item is the 2022 Vermont Bicycle and Pedestrian Program Grant Applications. We've got Lori Hirschfield here, and I think Matt Osborne is staying on as well. So I'll turn it over to you, Lori.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat everything because I know we're running a little bit late, but I do want to hit some of the highlights of the report so people who might be listening can get a good sense of it, and hopefully. I think just to put before you this evening is you're going to be looking at 2 applications that are going before the Bike Ped program for a grant. The first one is the one that I'll be speaking about and more specifically, and the second one is the one that Tracy will pick up. The first one is an additional funding for existing Bike Ped project, which is in the North Heartland Road, and that's Ballard Vale Drive to Arboretum Lane. And the second project, which Tracy will address, is the sidewalk on the Hartford Avenue. That's between the Wilder and White River Junction villages, and it's providing a really important link of a deteriorated sidewalk. What you're seeing before you is trying to move into the implementation construction phase of a project that's really been part of a 20-year effort to create a 1.5 mile linkage around between our villages and what we call our downtown and our uptown White River Junction areas. And so what we completed in the last couple of years was a very important section of that, which was the lower and upper portions of Sykes Mountain Avenue and the roundabout. And now we're working on very diligently on the project for creating a linkage of sidewalk and bike lanes between Ballard Vale Drive and Arboretum Drive off of North Heartland / Route 5 corridor. That one has actually been in process since 2010 when we received our first grant for that. But because of many different delays that we had in the project there and running back and back with the sections of sidewalk that we were doing on South Mountain Avenue, this project has been delayed on many accounts. And it's in the report, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. But just to say that acquiring easements, getting wetlands permits, and then of course, most recently, COVID. We were ready to go out to bid in 2019, but unfortunately, that also was running back to back with another project, which was the Upper Sykes and Roundabout. And in conversations with the state, they felt that we were going to significantly delay or create almost a bottleneck of access points for traffic in that area, that it was suggested that we delay that project until the going out to bid until 2020 for construction in the end of 2020 or 2021. And then COVID hit. So we had to put that on hold. And we're now about 2 to 3 years behind schedule, but we're back into the implementation mode. And in the course of that, we then started looking at other things that were going on the corridor. And there is a paving project that's going forward, which is now needing for us to integrate our work with their work a little bit more to make sure that we have a seamless project there, and staging that for construction in 2023-24, which means we need to go out to bid in 2022, 2023, and then we'll be able to hopefully be ready to link up with that project. Needless to say, we are facing a significant increase in the cost of projects, as well as budgeting out to 2024. So the project that we're putting forth is an addition to an existing project that's already been funded by the state. And so we're putting forth another proposal to the state and the Bike Ped program for a $603,784 grant. And our matching part would be $127,757, which would then cover our shortfall, which is a $603,784 shortfall for the in order for us to finish up the project. So I'm coming before you this evening to lay this out and request that you take into consideration this project as our priority one. And when I say priority one, we are allowed to have 2 different projects going forth at the same time of a 2 different nature. One is a much larger project like this, which is a design and engineering construction project. And another one is a smaller scale project. And that one is the one that Tracy would talk about, but that has a cap on it, as well as, very targeted focus for that program. But we do need to prioritize those for the state. So the request is that you prioritize the long-term existing project that we have on North Heartland Road as priority 1, and then priority 2 would be the one on Hartford Avenue. So there are a number of actions that are being requested that are laid out within the memo that was sent to you. I'd also just like to make note that there was a typo that was carried over a couple times in the report. So the bullet number 2 for requested action should speak to a town match of $120,757. So, and
127.57.
120,757. Yes. Which bullet is that replacing?
That would be 120,000. It was just, I left off the 757 and a couple times when it was typed. And I apologize for that. So.
Okay. Do we want to We want to hear from Tracy on the other one as well, or should we just do this one first? And get it?
It's up to you guys.
Other questions for Lori about this? What do we start with?
I mean, I had a question that Tracy and Lori both answered, and I thought that the board might want to hear too, which was, where will the $72,000 come from?
Yeah.
And I had some questions about the math, which they also answered, because it actually was a combination of both the grants. And maybe you could articulate this better than I could, either one of you.
Would you like me to go?
Because I was like, wait, this plus this doesn't equal this, so.
Okay. Do you want me to go over that then? Okay, so, right, your question really had to do with the math. So the $68,750 that we already had put aside within for our first grant that we received, and the $120,757 is the additional match that we need for the additional grant. So those together, then there is a certain percentage that we actually have extra money in the budget put aside, because we had anticipated in 2019 going for additional grant, and we had put that in reserve. So we don't need to allocate any more than $72,000. We already have enough money to cover a portion of the remaining portion of the $120,757. So I think that's.
Yeah, and that this process was to get the application in, and then it will ultimately come back to us again, like so many other of those.
Lanny?
With all due respect, though, I don't think that answers the question of where's that 72,000 coming from. That doesn't answer the question that I'm concerned about.
Oh,
well, why don't you? Are you asking where it's coming from?
Yeah.
Well, I thought that's what
okay.
Kim had asked.
I mean, I did get an answer in my email. I can read my email, or if you want to answer. Right. I mean, basically, I need to just go back to that back and forth. Right there. General fund and probably part of public works and planning budget for 23. However, I think it could also be a good use for a small amount of ARPA funds for the improving infrastructure. So and that it will come back to us again. So basically, these will, when the grant comes back, will be determined.
So I'm concerned about that, because here we're already tapping into ARPA funds for this project.
We're not, yeah.
I know, but
you're talking about.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Okay. Before you cut me off, let me.
I'm not,
speak
I'm just saying, you said this was, we're already tapping into ARPA. And we're
I know
not.
what I'm saying is, though, we're saying that we can use ARPA funding for some of this. Okay. So this is already a step towards taking some money from the ARPA funds. And then we're saying we've got to come up with some money out of the budget. So that means it takes away from other things that have been budgeted for. All right. And the budgets was designed to pay for everything that was presented before it. So I just have a problem with the fact that we're taking money that we don't have, or we do have some money in funding for ARPA. So I back that one up. So we do have some money for ARPA funding right now. But we don't know how much will be encumbered to go towards this, to meet that $72,000. I would feel a little bit better about approving this. I think it's a good idea, but I would feel better about approving this if I could have more of a guarantee of where the money's coming from, rather than just say, well, we'll take it from this or we'll take it from that. I mean, that doesn't really tell me where the money's coming from. I mean, if you're going to say, well, I'll get it somewhere, I mean, it just seems to me that we're proving something without saying where the money's coming from isn't in the best interest of the town. Kim?
I mean, I think even if it had to come from the unassigned fund balance in order to secure a $483,000 grant, I think it will be prudent for us to find the $72,000 within the budget.
But then say we're going to take it from unassigned fund balance. I'm fine with that. But I just want it designated where it's going to come from.
We don't have to determine it yet, is my understanding.
Right, this is to put an
This
application
is to
in.
get the application in. We might not even get the grant.
That's okay. I just have a big problem with saying we're going to spend money without knowing where money's coming from. That's the problem I had. And if we're gonna say we're gonna spend it from unencumbered funds, just say we're gonna spend it from unencumbered. So we're not saying what we're gonna do. That's all part of the problem that I have is say what we're gonna do and do what we're gonna say. Okay,
Rocket, you had a comment?
I just had a question. I've walked this segment. It could definitely use a sidewalk. It's scary.
It's very dangerous.
But that's not my question. The question is, I was just wondering if we have any data on how many citizens use it. I do think it's a great opportunity to leverage our funds, 7-to-1 basically. At the same time, all in, it's quite a lot of money for us to be committing to a sidewalk that doesn't seem well trafficked. But then maybe that's because there is no sidewalk.
Well, so this was a project that was actually approved as a priority in 2010. So, and we were delayed in terms of implementing it. I don't have the most current data, but I know that we have in the past documented many people walking there in a very dangerous area. And so it was established in the bike ped plan that was adopted by the select board. It was established in the first grant that was applied for, and funds were retained and put aside in reserve in 2010 and in 2015. And so I think it's been a high priority in demonstrating that this is very highly trafficked. And this section between Ballard Vale Drive, where we have many hotels, and Arboretum Drive, where there are many activities going on between those two sectors of our community, it's very well traveled. And we're working with the state in order to increase a nice corridor in that area. You've got businesses in there. You've got a potential redevelopment of some sites there that have much needed need for the sidewalk, as well as people are frequenting to the VA. It actually will take up into trail systems not far from there that'll take into the town forest. Matt could probably talk a little bit more about the bike ped as well in terms of the traffic and so forth.
I was just wondering if we had recorded data on that, but that's totally fine. Thank you.
Well, and to add to what Lori just said too, there is currently a series of public hearings, workshops going on in the planning commission relating to changing the zoning in that region to be mixed use residential and commercial, so that it is likely that at some future point, it will be also more residential neighborhood.
Correct, yeah.
It's sort of facilitating the infrastructure toward that. I'm comfortable making a motion. Oh, could you?
I'm happy to, or you want to go?
Oh, Nate, please.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that, and I will read each of these things. I move that the select board approve submittal of an application to the 2022 Vermont Bicycle and Pedestrian Program for $483,027 of additional grant funding for the North Heartland Road Route 5 Sidewalk and Bike Lane project. Authorize an additional $72,000 of local funding for a town match of $120,757 as described in this memorandum, except future maintenance responsibility for the grant-related improvements after construction. Designate the North Heartland Road Route 5 property as priority 1 for the town's 2022 bicycle pedestrian grant applications, and authorize the town manager to sign all necessary grant documents on behalf of the select board and to implement the project.
Thank you, Ally.
Second.
You got a second from Kim. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so 6-1, motion carries. And then Tracy, we go to you for the other part of this.
Yeah, Jeremy's not with us tonight because I was going to be here with you guys anyways, and anytime one of us can get a little bit more sleep is better. So this is the memo you have in your packet is for the small scale category. And the Department of Public Works back in 2019 was identifying our problem sidewalk segments. So they require repair or replacement. And they realized that it would take more time to complete the inventory with our staffing levels. So DPW took a little bit of a left turn and developed a list of sidewalks that were clearly in a state of what they call failure. So that's major repairs or replacement, something that's beyond our capacity to just roll through and take care of. So out of that list, We began replacing a large segment of the Christian Street sidewalk in Hartford Village, and we replaced the handicap ramps along Hartford Avenue and Wilder before we had to stop that because of COVID-19. So the next segment that we had targeted way back in 2019, we call it the Hartford Avenue sidewalk from Cumberland Farms to 8th Street. And we would like to replace that section of sidewalk. Public Works has determined that it's a really critical link between Wilder and White River Junction. And it is heavily used by users of all ages and abilities. And we think it will become more heavily used as the pool comes in. I was going to read you that motion, but I just hit page down instead of tab down. So there we go. Oh no, I got it. I'm fast with the mouse. So this is a very similar set of criteria for us to be able to approve the submittal of the grant application for $150,000. We do think that we will have about, Lori, I always mess this up. It's the 113, correct? The 113 is the total amount of funds that we need for matching.
No. Yes, correct. It's the 113,
So
342, because you can only get, it's over 150,000.
Yep, so we would need a matching fund of 113,342 as required as part of our portion of the grant. And I'm happy to answer more questions. But I think Lori really talked through kind of our bigger sidewalk theories.
Mary?
Yeah, when I was reading this earlier, I just have one question. When it was written that this segment's very poor condition no longer conforms to ADA surface standards and has caused snow removal equipment accidents and damage. If we fix that, how do we know we're not going to have the same thing over again? I mean, what has caused this? Is just normal wear and tear, or has there been some, something that is actually damaging it? And
no, this is longstanding normal wear and tear. Okay. The freeze thaw cycle in Vermont really messes with our sidewalks. So, and we're hard on them. We put salt on them, we put grit on them, we run a sidewalk plow on them. So they do deteriorate.
Okay, I just wanted to know that it wasn't something that we can correct.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
To approve the submittal of the Hartford Avenue Vermont Transit Bicycle Pedestrian Small Scale Program Grant Application for $150,000. Authorize the expenditure of $188,342 for the project with the understanding that any grant reimbursement of up to $75,000 will be credited to the account described in the memorandum with the anticipation of a net financial impact of $113,342 required as matching funds, accept the future maintenance responsibility for the grant related improvement after construction, designate the Hartford Avenue Small Scale Project as priority number 2, and authorize the town manager to sign all necessary grant documentations on behalf of the select board to implement the project.
I second.
Okay, I got a second from Mary. Discussion? Lanny?
I firmly support this one because it clearly lists where the money's coming from. So
thank you, Lanny. Anyone else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, unanimous. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is the Special Olympics Proclamation. I believe when we've done these proclamations before, I've just read them essentially in the record, and we're good. I'd also like to note next Tuesday at 5:30, some of the athletes from the Upper Valley Hawks will be appearing here at Town Hall, the parking lot, so we can recognize them. And I think the fire department and the police are going to come by. So keep that on your radar.
Do we know how they've done?
What's that?
Do we know how they've done?
How they've done?
Yeah.
Brett was telling us, I don't know if he sent an email. He was telling me that we did pretty well, I think, but well, I'd ask Brett, maybe he can tell us like at the next board meeting how everyone did. All right, but I'll read this Special Olympics Proclamation, June 2022. Whereas Special Olympics is a global organization that unleashes the human spirit through the transformative power and joy of sport every day around the world. And whereas through programming and sports, health education, and community building, Special Olympics changes the lives of people with intellectual disabilities and raises awareness about their talents and abilities. And whereas the Upper Valley has had a Special Olympics team for many years, referred to most recently as the Upper Valley Hawks, supporting athletes from Hartford, Norwich, and Windsor in the state of Vermont, and Hanover, Lebanon, and Enfield in the state of New Hampshire. And whereas the Upper Valley Hawks have continued to improve and grow their program, and whereas in 2022, each of the Upper Valley Hawks basketball teams were awarded gold medals during their respective competitions in either the Vermont or New Hampshire State Special Olympics Games. And now, therefore, we, the Hartford Select Board, on behalf of the town of Hartford, do hereby proclaim our admiration and respect to the Upper Valley Hawks athletes and coaches dated this 14th day of June in the year 2022 in the town of Hartford, Vermont. So excellent, and I hope everyone can make the recognition for next Tuesday at 5:30. All right, our final big
We're
item
happy
here.
to table this if you want to call it.
We're not quitters, Ken.
So we're going to we might as well get this.
I mean, we can
this
get it
done.
quickly if there's concerns.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, and Kim can explain, we've been talking about getting training for the board for a number of things, communications, diversity, equity, and inclusion, evaluations, and things like that. And Kim has graciously offered her time and energy to sort of track down some leads for us on individuals who may be able to provide these services and also get like a fee schedule and things like that. And it's been very helpful to me particularly because I don't always have time to spare. I know that Kim doesn't really either, but she's done a great job. So what this would basically just do is have us recognize that she's undertaking these efforts on behalf of the board and essentially approve her doing so. Kim, anything to add to that?
Just that even since my very informal rough notes, there's been some updates and I've made a rough little spreadsheet, but I guess if, I would be happy to just sort of get the rest. I've got a couple follow-ups to do. I have one other proposal that's going to be in before our June 28th select board meeting. And at some point, I'd like to just make a recommendation. I will say that and I will get some feedback as well, but my current kind of recommendation for our initial communications training is someone who is available on Tuesday, July 19th.
Okay.
And I just wanted to kind of, it's definitely not booked, it's not anything solid, but I wanted the select board to kind of consider looking at their schedules to see if that might be an option, because that will be a hurdle that we'll need to overcome in order to get the work done. And I think, so I would continue to kind of work with the town manager and the chair and the vice chair to say, does this look okay? And then kind of propose to the board, are you available for this training on this date, at this time, that kind of thing? Does that sound reasonable?
Can I ask, and yet Kim, I'm very much in support of you doing this and appreciate it immensely. And I'm just wondering if there's a step between that where we have an opportunity to discuss as a board, maybe a couple of the options, or do you foresee just okay, I've done my research and I want to bring one forward, and maybe because have a particular interest in it myself, but just if we're just kind of deciding on wanting to make an informed decision. And it's not, I say that not because I don't trust you to have done your due diligence and your research, but to maybe say okay, here's our top 2 or top 3 options for this. I would appreciate maybe that step in between, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
I would love that. I guess I'm just trying to keep it lean and not bog things out, because it is a pretty unwieldy process to begin with, I think. And I mean, just the playing phone tag, getting a conversation, whether it's a phone or a Zoom or whatever, and I mean, I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm not sure if the context is in a select board meeting, or if it is, if I can share some thoughts by email with getting people to respond individually, or do you have any thoughts on that?
My only concern would be all of you possibly discussing a contract with somebody in open session. So if you want to go that route, I would just suggest that possibly the discussion happen in executive and the vote to contract with someone come out into a public session. That being said, under $4,000, we don't necessarily need an RFP. You just need 3 quotes, and you do have leeway in picking the best option for all of you together.
that works for me. Maybe we could even try to schedule an brief executive session on the 28th, because at that point, I think I will have, at least for the communications and the town manager evaluation, but not the DEI training yet. Like that'll come soon after, sort of put those in the queue right after that. And yeah, and then I'll eventually have some other recommendations for like an actual calendar cycle that I think we should informally, maybe not adopt, but just have as a recommended practice that ourselves and future boards might want to consider following, just because I think it would be helpful if we had that coming into this work.
Yeah, that all sounds reasonable to me.
So just to clarify, we're really sort of nominating you or appointing you,
I wrote delegate.
delegating for the period of until the next election or the next.
Yeah, I mean, I put for fiscal year 23.
Okay, great.
Which ends
June 30th,
2023.
2023.
Yeah, my one thought is setting, I mean, I'm totally comfortable with it personally, but I don't know if it's gonna be the same makeup the board starting next March or if it'll be different or whatever. But beyond that, and then my other thought is that I totally, I would be comfortable with you and trusting you with the due diligence of selecting someone for us to just meet with, rather than doing a separate intermediary executive session. And then it seems like a lot of a meeting for a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that might be helpful with that, if we have time to squeeze it in, if we don't, whatever, but it might be like, I might say, well, I think this candidate would be great for this particular training. They are more expensive, but here's why it could be worth the investment for, like, basically helping us establish the process of evaluation or something like that. So, I mean, there are some nuances. I could also just do that, confer with the chair and the vice chair about those things if we don't want to take a whole.
Maybe you sent as an email and then within a week, anybody can respond back individually to you with opinions if we feel strongly. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can still sort of figure this out over the next few days, but we just want to make sure that we're all okay with
I guess I
delegating.
do feel a sense of urgency that I just want to start getting, I do want to get to the point where we can get some things on the calendar.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, of
why
course.
I wanted to mention that July 19th, even though we're sort of still in just feeling out phase. And I think it would be interesting because then as a board too, even if we get to a point where we have a workshop with some facilitator, the takeaway might be, you know what, this isn't the right facilitator for our board and we need to still explore some of the others. We might do a rotation, something like that. So.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board delegate member Kim Souza to coordinate board development trainings and a facilitator for the town manager evaluation session, and to help establish a process for institutionalizing board training and town manager evaluation in collaboration with the select board for the 2022-23 fiscal year.
Second.
A second from Dan, discussion. Lanny?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with one member of the board choosing this facilitator. I think that this should be a collaboration among the members of the board to choose who we feel is a collaborative decision, who's the best facilitator for this. After we've had a chance to perhaps speak to these people and see what their work is and what they can offer us. So I would like more input on who it is that is assigned to do this task. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Okay.
Just
Ellen?
to add, I mean, in the motion that I just read does say in collaboration with, and I think what we just talked about is that we'd have more discussion on if we discuss this more in an executive session, or, Kim sends over some possibilities via email. Like I'm not reading this as, and correct me if I'm wrong, others, but that Kim is the selector, that it is helping to coordinate and call information, which I know I appreciate as someone who doesn't have the time to do that, though I wish I did, to just kind of hone in on some potential selections that then we're still in collaborative decision-making about, is how I'm seeing this process.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, all those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Hey.
I'll
All right.
abstain.
Kim will abstain, so it's 5-1. Okay, that brings us to the end of that. So the next thing is commission reports. Lanny, start with you and move our way down. You got anything? Nothing? Rocket, you got anything? Nothing? Ally?
Just briefly about Hartford Community Racial Equity and Inclusion. H. Corey will be at the HCC Hartford Community Coalition Block Party tomorrow. That's Wednesday, June 15th at 5 p.m. So please stop by and say hello. And after the initial conversations and support from the select board and the school board, HCORA made a draft revision to the constitution of its charge to include the 2 high school student liaisons as official members. And so that charge should be coming forward to both boards on a forthcoming agenda. And then this was already mentioned that there's the Juneteenth celebration this Saturday, June 18th, 3:30 to 5:30 in Lyman Point Park. Food, DJ, lots of performances and amazing speakers. So really hope that folks can come out and celebrate.
Thanks, Amy. Karen, you?
I went to the Hartford Conservation Commission. So Karen Duville was the guest speaker, and she's also been a former Conservation Commission member in 2017, 2018, and discussed the Linking Lands Alliance's updated maps of habitat blocks, landforms, and ecologically important priorities, of which Hartford has the top spot. Commission also compiled about 9 to 10 suggestions for use of ARPA funds, among them such items as controlling invasives, contributing to the Conservation Trust Fund, pollinator projects, educational projects, studies of trail maintenance and sensitive biological or ecological areas, and importance of purchasing conservation easements. Finally, discussion ended up, and this is kind of a repeat, talking about the amazing output for Green Up Day, resulting in 456 volunteers involved, 85 miles of roads cleaned up, and 3.2 tons of refuse gathered. Parks and Rec did not meet and aren't meeting in June. There were too many conflicts. And I did talk with Scott, because I never learned about this. And Lana, you must never have learned about it because it was up. I came here at 5 o'clock and I said, where is everybody? And looked at the list and it says, Parks and Rec on Thursday, but nobody was there. And then Scott Hausler said, we messed up. So anyway, that was fun.
Sorry, Dan. Kim?
Planning Commission had another 4-hour meeting last night discussing the St. Paul's Twin Pines development, and they continued the application to June 20th. Satisfied that commissioners had a lot of questions. This was less public input and more questions about the site design from the Planning Commission and design review committee at 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Kim. I don't have anything, so consent agenda. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. We approve the payroll ending 6/11/2022, approve meeting minutes of 5/31/22, approve AP manifest of 6/10/2022 and 6/14/22, approve select board meetings of 7/12/22, 7/26/22, and I'll throw in 7/19/22 just in case we need to add that session.
Okay.
No, well, that wouldn't be a warned meeting. It would be a workshop, which VLCT has confirmed that we can do without a public session, that we can do. So it wouldn't need to be a warned meeting.
So we don't need to add that?
Yeah, we're good.
We were thinking about adding a date.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're fine.
Good. You got a second?
And I have the email that confirms that.
I second.
Mary seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so
Motion
now
adjourned.
I will take a motion to adjourn. We have a second.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Lanny.
Say
Second.
aye.
Aye.
Thanks everyone for all their good work tonight. It is